In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for being here. If you hit the like button on your way in, I'll greatly appreciate that. Bernice, Danielle, Berry Sports Highlight, and Nappy Child, good to see you. Let me remove my dancing feline and get into it. You guys ready for the weekend? Are you guys ready for the weekend? I know I am. Hey, Voodoo. How you doing, girl? Good to see you. Hit the like button on your way in, on your way out. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, Miss Queenie. Good to see you. Grand Rising. Okay. I've been doing a little reading yesterday. A little reading over on LSA. And I would say some things have surprised me, but they really have not surprised me. So I just happened to run across some things, and I want to talk about them. It is just the most ignorant people out here in this sector who thinks that it is a read to give real information that matters. It just is astonishing that this thing right here, Flickr, was all out yelling and screaming about what Ronnie Q thinks, and she thinks this, and 45, 47, he's the best person for the job. And come to find out, which I always suspected, that bitch didn't even vote for anyone. That this bitch just wanted to have a contrary argument to yell and scream over people. She could not converse with anybody because once you asked her about any policy positions, she had nothing to say, because he had nothing to say about his own policy position, because he was trying to hide that his policies would be the policies of Project 2025. But you have people out here trying to act as if they are some better than type of black person because they're falling for it, because they're not like the rest of you black people, and they're different from the rest of the other black people. Now, this bitch walked her ass around these YouTube streets, yelling and screaming over everybody about something that she absolutely was not invested in. Now, who wound up looking like the fool? Uh, Now all of a sudden, no, I said I supported 45, 47. I never said I voted. If I voted, I would say I did. Well, actually, if you didn't vote, you did vote for 45, 47. Because any vote that did not go in Harris's box was a vote for 45, 47. And you sat up here and you argued the fake prowls of 45 and 47, so you may as well have voted for them. And see, this is the problem with a whole lot of black people. They don't they always try to make themselves appear something better than, to try to nose up to white people. And this bitch, your father is probably over there in a El Salvador prison, his Bangladesh as himself. People will cut off their nose to spite their face to try to make themselves feel like they are better than by upholding white supremacy. Of all things. Of all things. But you don't see the bitch hopping up on panels now to talk about the politics and the real repercussions of this person that they were running around on every link that they could get on, yelling and screaming how good he was and why that was their candidate. You don't hear. Let me pin my link. Let me make sure my link is pinned. Let me make sure my link is pinned. So nobody can say that they don't have the opportunity to hit this link. Where are all the people professing because Sean Bradley professed the greatness of 45, 47? Where are those people since he's gone? Where are they people? Where are they? You can profess it here. Let's talk about it. All these fake, ignorant ass people sitting up here towing the line to try to make themselves feel like they are above regular black people. Hey, Lee Brand New, Grand Rising, good to see you. So, we got questions. Where are these elite people? Did you guys hit the like button on the way in? Let me refresh. Oh, I see you guys have hit the like button. I appreciate it. Okay. Now, let's go on. No comments? No comments. Are you guys still here? I see 22 people here, not one comment. Not one comment. Well, let me continue. I will just go on as and finish my show. Okay. So let's talk about we talked about yesterday how 45, 47 has enabled the military to assist in policing. as if the police needs and give them weapons, give them armor, give them all types of things that they will need to assist themselves in policing. Any old vehicles, anything that the army used to police the American streets. And he has also made it easier for them to assist personally in policing the American streets. So, and he has a whole slew of lawyers who he manipulate. Well, he didn't. He really didn't manipulate some of them. Some of them came with their hands out and said, "Hey, King, we will cut out DEI. We will be racist in our hiring and our the cases that we take. Please don't single us out. Please don't talk poorly about us because we make billions of dollars being attorneys. And we will give you 400 we will give you $100 million in pro bono work. We will give you $40 million. We will give you $150 million in pro bono work. And then what did he do? He patted them on their heads and let them think that they were just going to go on off and continue to make billions of dollars off of people hiring them. Do you think that someone want to hire attorneys that are so dumb that they didn't understand what he was doing was illegal and they never even bothered to fight their own cases? Why would I trust you to fight my case when you are making billions of dollars off of defending cases, but you don't fight your own case? So let's see how that's going to work out for these attorneys. Now, come to find out what these attorneys are going, these cases that these attorneys are going to have to fight via 4547 using his get back on all this pro bono work. He's going to have them fight all these cop cases. So where are these 4547 supporters now? 4547, always he said that he wanted to he wanted to give all police officers qualified immunity. And so he came out with an executive order saying that cops who get in trouble by just simply doing their job. Cops don't get in trouble for simply doing their jobs. Cops get in trouble for going overboard, for police brutality. These are the things that cops get in trouble for. But 4547 said, he don't blame them if they rough you up by putting you in the back of the car and all of that. So he's for police brutality. Let's keep it a buck, because these are the things that he said. He doesn't mind if you get roughed up getting put in the car. He doesn't mind a lot of stuff. He can unilaterally call people thugs, rapists, murderers. He does that on a routine basis without any facts, without any due process. And do you think that is not going to apply to the people in the streets? He bemoaned the George Floyd protest. He bemoaned the Black Lives Matter protests because he wanted to make you feel like what was done to George Floyd was normal policing. And you got these people out here like fairies, trying to be unicorns, trying to attach to something that don't want to be attached to them. A bunch of unicorn Negroes out here talking about the values of 4547. So now these attorneys who are going to be working pro bono, let's understand they're some of the best attorneys in the country. These are some of the best attorneys in the country who are now going to, hey, K Barron, Grand Rising. Hey, Church Mouse, A Click in the View. Um, follow the money. Listening while walking the dog. Okay. 45, 47 is too ignorant for me. Now these attorneys are going to have to defend these cops that 45, 47 say that must be defended against cases that are going to cost them injury and money. He nothing to do with anything or loyal. These are the cases that these attorneys are going to have to defend via his executive order. So they thought that they were just going to be like, oh yeah, call me when you need me. Call me when you get out of office, and you surely are going to need an attorney, and then I'll break the agreement. Then I know how to break an agreement. So no, no. What he's saying now that is these attorneys are going to have to fight cop cases, and because it seems like he's expecting there to be an onslaught of cop cases to fight. It seems like he's expecting it. I'm waiting on the giving all cops qualified immunity. I guess he forgot about that with all of the other shit he's into. So let's see who all of these always up on panels yelling and screaming over about everybody about being a 45 47 supporter, and now they are slurking around here trying to separate themselves from the shit that they said prior to the election, thinking that they're putting someone else down when in fact they showed their whole entire ignorance. And then to try to slink back from supporting him, you show that you are super ignorant because you're saying you didn't even vote. So that's super ignorant. Let's let me remove this dumb bitch off my screen. Oh, let me remove this dumb bitch off my screen. Oh, this is who 45 47 will be protecting. Let's take a look at this. I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is who's going to have a blanket immunity under this administration, or a good attorney, $1 million attorney to fight their cases.
A Texas cop who killed a man, unarmed man, says, I just smoked a dude. Here it is.
How you doing, sir?
Good. I'm Sergeant Iverson, the Rusk County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
The reason I pulled you over is you blew that stop sign back there.
No, I didn't. I came to a complete stop with that stop sign.
All right.
Can you show me that I blew?
Step out of this.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
Okay. Question number one. If he blew the stop sign, why does he have to step out of the car? You're not supposed to prolong a traffic stop longer than it takes for you to write the ticket. So what is all this step out of the car shit, first of all? That's the law.
Turn around, put your hands right there real quick. You got anything on you? You should keep your hands out of your pocket.
I wasn't. I don't have anything on me, officer.
Hand behind your back.
Officer, I don't have any.
Okay, so he goes in his pocket. 45, 47 said that he's going to okay stop and frisk again. He's going to he's okay with reissuing a stop and frisk. So that's gonna be okay. But why is he frisking this guy? Why is he not telling this guy why he's pinning his body up against his body? Maybe he just want to rub some dick up his ass. I don't know. But let's continue to watch what these lawyers are gonna have to defend. He said, "I don't have anything on me." He already knows. The cop has already went in his pocket, and he says, "What's going on, officer? I don't have anything on me." But he's still being pent up against the car. See, the problem with it is that everybody didn't see a problem when it was being done to black people, and now that it's being done to everybody, they didn't understand that they were just tenderizing the meat. They were just tenderizing your thought process to think that this is shit that they do out here. These cops do out here. Anything that they do is okay, and you must have done something wrong. But you don't hear him say any reason why he's want him to put his hands behind his back. I'm not there. I'm just observing what his body cam observed. Let's continue.
Anything
Put your
on
hands
me.
behind your back.
Officer, why are you, what, can you just tell me, officer, please, can you tell me what I'm under arrest for, please? Please. Oh, please.
Get out.
Okay, so he shot him and he's running. Can you tell me what I'm under arrest for? You done checked his pockets. Now you want his hands behind his back. Okay, so let's continue. Let's see what happened.
517 County. Dude, you okay? Call everybody. I've got a shooting.
Check this out. I'm gonna.
But I thought you just had a blown stop sign. How did that turn into a shooting? And you can't enunciate what it was that turned that into a put your hands behind your back, because they're so accustomed to discarding our rights that they think that I don't have to explain it. I got to make it up later on. We got to put our heads together and put some charges together. If you're under arrest for what's in your pocket, you're under arrest for what's in your pockets. Let's continue.
You would tell a colleague, "I just smoked a dude." Put him up full mask. The man was pulled over for allegedly violating a very simple traffic rule. Timothy Michael Randall was on the phone with his mother when a police car pulled up behind him. What began as a routine traffic stop became what you just saw. The officer, his name is Sergeant Shane Iverson of Rusk County. In the moments after the body cam we just watched, more things happened. Randall continued to run down the street, but collapsed face down. Iverson radioed for help and then tried to render medical aid, but Randall died on the pavement. The bullet had torn through his ribs, lungs, and heart. That's according to the autopsy records. After another deputy arrived minutes later, Iverson, then 57, returned to his patrol car and phoned a colleague. Quote, "I just smoked a dude," he said in a hushed voice. NBC News reports in the following weeks, Randall's mother searched for answers, searched for them in vain, calling the Texas Rangers and the Rusk County District Attorney's Office. She had no idea how her son wound up dead after a police traffic stop. "No one was telling us anything," said Tippett, who was born and raised in Rusk County and now cleans houses for a living. Her first shot came 2 months after the shooting when a grand jury returned a no bill, non-indictment in the case, meaning it chose not to indict Iverson for killing an unarmed man. The second came last summer when Iverson's lawyers turned over the dash cam video after she had to file a federal lawsuit.
Okay, and let's understand that these grand juries, they're only as good as the prosecution evidence that is presented to them. So if the prosecution does vigorously put on a case against these cops, it's not going to uh, it's not going to automatically figure into the well, it is going to figure into how the grand jury decides these cases. If they, if they don't give you all the information, all the evidence that happened, and they have been hush hush to the even the family even after the grand jury was convened. So a lot. I think most of the grand juries are. I think they all are closed sessions. So, what? How did that grand grand jury session go? That they found this cop uh is not up on any charges for this shit that he did. Okay, let's see what they're accusing this cop for wanting to arrest this young man for, but he never enunciated any reason on this tape. And wouldn't it be very simple to make it a law that if you're arresting someone, you should say, you should have to say you're being placed under arrest for X, Y, and Z. So there will be no uh so there will be no misunderstandings, or am I being just detained or arrested? He walked up there and searched the guy for absolutely no reason. That was illegal within itself. A lot of people don't know that. They don't have the right to search you unless they think that you have or are about to or had just done committing a crime. That was an illegal search, first off. The only reason he wanted him to get him out of the car was to search him. Let's call a thing a thing. This ain't no game. This isn't no a game of chance or guess or anything. These are laws up front, and real laws, all of which you see he has violated. If you know to look.
Nearly 2 years after the shooting, she finally got to see in brutal detail what happened in the moments before her youngest son was killed. Quote, the only person that was attacking anybody was Sergeant Iverson attacking my son.
And that's the only thing I saw as well. Now, I'm not going to argue anything beyond anything that I saw on this tape. So he tried to body slam the dude twice. So you mean to tell me if somebody's running away from you, you're allowed to shoot them in the back or whatever angle he had? They said it went through his lungs and his heart. It appeared that he may have been shot in the back, but he definitely was not attacking the officer. He was getting away from the officer. So since that fat ass officer perceived his perk was going to get away, it was okay for him to shoot him. There was no attack of the officer. He was fleeing the officer. These are the people that these attorneys are going to have to protect in the behavior of these police officers. And they're going to get the military to help as well. The military have more powerful weapons. We've seen cops run people down, run people over with their cars who have been running away. Okay, so let me see what else.
Put him up. The man was on the phone with his mom. Then covered it up to where she couldn't get any information about what happened. Why? If everything they did was in order, legal and proper, and ethical and moral, if they were standing up for law enforcement and the son was standing against law enforcement, why did they cover this up?
For 2
Why
years.
not expose the truth? Well, they knew the video was damning. After the shooting, Iverson said he searched Randall's pockets and found a soft glass case with a meth pipe inside. The dash cam video doesn't show Iverson finding a pipe. Randall's body is mostly out of the frame. But at one point, he does mention it to another deputy. It was effing meth pipe, Iverson said.
Now, why is this? What is this? What is this other piece up here? What are these things? What are these things? We never heard him say, "You have a piece on you. You have this pipe. You again." No, we don't hear any of this. All of these are after the facts declarations.
Who cares?
The mission is simple. A proven
That's not why you killed him. If that evidence is even true, that's not why you killed him. Iverson quietly retired. He was allowed to quietly retire after the shooting and fought in court to keep the video from becoming public.
Why do you care if the video becomes public if you did what was in your rights as a upstanding officer? Why are you fighting to keep the video becoming public? This woman is clean houses. It's not like you are afraid of the repercussions that are going to happen in your community because you guys look down on people who does that type of work in the first place. But you're trying to keep the video secret. Why? Let's continue.
Its release has now sparked a backlash in this rural county called Rusk County. It also set Randall's mother on a crusade to get justice for his killing. 2 days after the killing, Iverson set for an interview with the Texas Rangers, the agency that investigates police shootings. Reflecting on his military career, he said he was involved in 1 or 2 direct fire engagements in Afghanistan and at least 10 direct fire engagements in Iraq. Set off a small protest in Rusk County, triggered angry protests on the Sheriff's Department Facebook page and more. At Indisputable, we stand with the people of Rusk County and their frustration. You deserve better. You deserve better police. You deserve better outcomes. To the mother, our heart and our prayers and positive vibrations go to you.
Okay, so these are some of the people that these pro bono work is going to go towards. What do you guys think about this? Okay. Hey, Church Mouse. Wickedness. Hey, Sandy. Grand Rising. Hey, DC Kool-Aid. They say the cop saw a pipe in the car. That's why he asked him to get out. Now, that's what they said. But I see, I hadn't heard about this story. He saw a pipe in the car. So what was reported in this story was he found a pipe in his pocket. I don't care which one it was, either or. The guy was running away from him. He wasn't him. He was trying to get away from him. We're clear on that. We're clear that he had the car pulled over and he had enough. He had enough information to know who that person was, and if he got away, to put a warrant out for his arrest, go to his home, his job, or wherever, and arrest him. Let's be clear. I went down that rabbit hole yesterday. Church Mouse, is there more that you know than what is presented? Because no matter, the victim didn't deserve that. Yeah, just plain and simple. But They're trying to make it okay that anything that the police do to citizens on the street, they're going to have lawyers to defend them. Like like it's always okay. That is my point. Let's continue. I have something else I want to share with you. Now, you guys heard about Mike Waltz, who was on that signal call. He was the national security advisor, and he's been fired. He was not qualified for the position. If nothing told you that he was unqualified for the position, the simple fact that he opened up a signal chat with the editor of the Atlantic, he put him in on the call, and as they discussed all of this information about a military strike, that should tell you that he was unqualified to secure anything, much less our nation. The national security advisor, he did this, and let's look at some of the excuses and lies that he told. He wasn't clear. He wasn't clear how he got on the call, but he got Elon Musk, and he's one of the greatest tech guys, and they're gonna find out soon. Only for the editor from the Atlantic show screenshots of where Mike Waltz himself was the one who invited him to this call. They tried to act as if this man nefariously got onto this call, like he did something tricky. He's a dishonorable, he's a liar. All of this derogatory stuff that they tried to say about the person who this idiot invited to the call himself. They tried to put dirt on the person who was invited to the call by a blundering idiot who was over our national security of another, who was appointed by another bumbling idiot. Oh, Church Mouse, I didn't know that. I'm looking at what I see on the video. He was an addict. He had meth and alcohol in his system. Thank you for giving me that information, but it still don't mean you get shot in your back. Welcome back, Queen Diva. Very Carey, did I speak? Grand Rising. Very interesting. So he had all of that shit in his system, but you're going to shoot him in the back. All of that shit in his system. You could have easily put a case. You don't shoot people in the back because they got the best of you and are running away from you. He didn't get the best of him by fighting. He got the best of him by fleeing. So now let's get on to that Mike Walsh situation. Now, 45-47, they wanted to make it seem like, oh no, he wasn't fired. He was given another position as the ambassador to the UN. So you knew he was unqualified. And you saw where he fucked up, and he fucked up royally. But instead of just simply firing him like you did in your first administration, went through a gaggle of employees in your first administration, you're going to try to make it seem like his demotion to the UN was a promotion, in fact. That's what, and the way he fired him, they were on Marine One, and they flew. Everybody saw him get on Marine One, and then when they transferred on, what is that? Someplace where they get off Marine One and they got onto Air Force One. Mike didn't get on Air Force One. That's when he was going on his bullshit 100-day rally. You know how he make himself feel so good by holding rallies, self-serving rallies. So when he got off Marine One, who was missing? Mike was missing. Mike Waltz didn't get off Marine One and didn't get on Air Force One, and so he left Mike Waltz stranded at the connection point. He couldn't take the whole full trip, and Mike Walsh stood there stranded. So this is all kind of signal gate shit. But guess who trotted his ass up on the plane? Who was giving out all the information? None other than the alleged drunk Pete Hegseth. He got on the plane though. So, okay. So that's what happened with this. They thought he was fired, but he got a promotion. Is he wants you to believe. Now, let's check this out. Okay, what did I want? There's something else that I wanted to say about this. Hey Jill, how you doing? It's something else. Okay, so he National Security Advisor got left on the tarmac, got fired in the middle of a flight going to this Michigan rally. Something else. Let me see if I can spur my memory.
That is, of course, a key role typically held for, well, longer than first major ousting of a Trump White House official in the young second term that we're here living through. It's the security official who uncorked a breach by adding outsiders to a government group message discussion on the app Signal. It's a big deal. You probably remember hearing about it. Well, he's been relieved of that security post. Michael Waltz out as National Security Advisor. That is, of course, a key role typically held for, well, longer than 100 days, typically for years, by seasoned national security vets. This move is Trump's first major senior staffer change of the second term, just 48 days after Waltz first released internal discussion of war plans through that app. Many experts said it was a fireable offense at the time. It drew magazine covers, kind of reflecting and really mocking what was seen as an amateurish mistake, playing with larger risk. National security experts said that mistake literally made the United States more vulnerable to massive foreign cyber attacks. Today's move shows how the lingering scandal and the heat ultimately proved too much, at least for the...
Okay. You national security implications, because people could have spied on this Signal app. That's what I forgot to tell you. This is what I forgot to tell you. So there was a cabinet meeting on, I think it was on Wednesday. Yeah, on Wednesday. Do you know that this same man who had invited a editor of the Atlantic onto this Signal chat where they were doing things that they should not have been doing with classified information that they wanted to say that was not classified? Well, if it wasn't classified, how come they didn't do like they always do and tout it out on Truth Social and say, we will be attacking the Houthis at X hour on X day? Classified information he gave out, and then did this the cabinet meeting in the Oval Office, and guess who got busted in the Oval Office in the middle of the cabinet meeting on his Signal app? None other than Mike Waltz. None other than Mike Waltz is sitting up in the Signal, in the cabinet meeting on Signal. Let's not forget, I would be remiss if I didn't remind you, maybe Mike Waltz was on his Signal because he had, weathered that storm and it seemed like everything was all clear. And maybe Mike Waltz wanted to let, let me remove Carrie's remark. maybe he wanted to let Big Dick Bottoms know that hey, we can refriend each other. We can maybe he wanted to get back in contact with Big Dick Bottoms. That's another little piece of information that they found out, that Mike Waltz was friends with a person who went by the screen name of Big Dick Bottoms during this Signal fiasco. So he's sitting up in the White House on Signal again. And the thing, what difference does that make, Ronnie Q? A big deal, because if they can infiltrate the Signal app through your phone, they can also turn your phone into a recording device. This is somebody who is in the upper branch of government. That's the problem. Do you understand what the problem is? By having an incompetent fool in the fucking White House who are putting incompetent fools in positions of national security. That's the problem. Let's continue. Let me get Big Dick Bottoms off of here. That's the problem. Fools.
The official to be in this post in the Trump administration.
An editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, says he was accidentally texted war plans.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic.
So the person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was.
Who was that? What person?
Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take responsibility.
Trump said it'll never happen again, and from now on, they'll only talk about war plans over Snapchat.
The White House and the president's national security team doubling down on efforts to shift blame surrounding that Signal chat debacle.
Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility. I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best.
Maybe he was doing his best. The verdict is that it wasn't good enough. And so those early defenses, nothing to apologize for at all, have melted into a version of what passes for accountability, even if it comes with spin and is partial. Waltz is taking another job for the Trump administration in New York, representing America at the UN. No permanent replacement has been named today yet for Waltz, so Secretary of State Rubio will be the temporary backfill. It is the kind of shakeup Trump has sought to avoid, the Times reports. And while the UN can play, of course, important roles, Trump and Republicans have routinely belittled it as something like a world hall monitor. So being sent up to New York to meet with those foreign diplomats outside of the circles of power in Washington is, in a MAGA sense, viewed as a demotion. There are signs Waltz himself heard about this very last minute. He was on the White House grounds, we could see there this morning after doing a TV interview. And after some tough headlines about this change started trickling out, the White House then announced he would take this UN vacancy. There he was today. The Signal breach cost Waltz his job. So it is notable that he was just caught using Signal in an open press gathering of the cabinet again this week. This is a Reuters news photographer who captured his hands, you see there. Now, experienced people know when you go to the open section of the cabinet meeting, the mic is on, it's on the record, as they say, and the cameras and the photographers are quite visibly there. Yet this Reuters photographer was still able to capture him opening his Signal app and including what he lists as apparently real names of high-ranking officials. They're not using code names here. There's references on his phone to what looks like Rubio, Gabbard, and J.D. Vance. You see there. The phone exposed a message from the sender named J.D. Vance, which said he had, quote, confirmation from a counterpart and, quote, it's turned off. That's what we could read on it. Those are fragments of the communications. They could mean a lot more to certain foreign adversaries who can combine them with other intel. So that was his last cabinet meeting as national security advisor. And to be clear, like the security breaches that dogged his now short tenure, it might be remembered more for that kind of sloppy approach to security than.
Let me see if there's anything else.
To serve you in this administration, and I think the world.
See, he was in the cabinet meeting sucking dick. Okay, so because he knew that he was about to get fired, and kissing ass and sucking dick and humming on balls and all types of shit. Let's go back and hear him talk his talk in the cabinet meeting that he's still on the motherfucking Signal app while he's in the cabinet meeting.
This is leadership at its finest, led by our commander-in-chief who loves the troops and they love him.
We had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it.
Whether the world is safe.
The world is far better and far safer from bumbling idiots being in positions that you haven't fired me yet, and you're the best, and these have been a great 100 days, and I wouldn't want to work under anyone else, and I think the world is better for it, and bullshit.
FIFA remains to be seen, but the Trump administration's impact on safety and creating safety risks out of whole cloth is what got Waltz ousted so quickly. I mean, again, if you think about these jobs are probably hard to do, but if you just did nothing, you might have had less of an impact than how much he leaked about war plans. Now, another short-lived Trump aide you might remember on your screen there, Anthony Scaramucci. Well, he got in a little jab roasting his fellow MAGA traveler when this news hit today, noting Waltz has now served about 9.2 Scaramucci's as a unit of time for people who don't hold down these jobs very long. Now, that's a tumult inside the White House. And it is just one job, albeit an important one, that reinforces how facts matter. It was the fact of sharing the war plans covered.
Remember, they denied it, and he waited until they denied it and put the whole series of conversations out, and then they could not deny it. And they denied that I don't know him, and let me make it clear that I don't know this man, only to find out he was the actual person who invited him on the app. And I don't know how his number got in my phone. Someone else must have put his contact information in my phone. Were you leaking to this editor, to Goldberg? I don't know. You knew his. You wanted to separate yourself from somebody whose number was in your phone, and act as if you don't know him and how discredited he was. At the same time that you were being discredited for your actual behavior. Let's continue.
Documented, sort of can't really spin or deny your way out of that. And then the story lasting, people staying on it, that ultimately changed the staffing. Now, that's just one position, an important one. But it reminds you that while the administration and some of the folks around them say they use their own reality or nothing matters or the press doesn't matter anymore, this was entirely a product of the facts, the reporting, and the sustained pressure around the nation.
Okay, so you guys can check out the rest of that. I didn't put that in my link. I didn't put that link in my description box. I actually just stumbled upon that this morning. The links that I found fit to, hey, Kind to Me, it's good to see you. I actually have the links that I initially found this story on right here. Ari is taking a long time to say, just to get the facts out. Pondering Politics. If you have not subscribed to this channel, go over there and check them out. Let's see what he has to say.
Donald Trump's disgraced national security advisor is now officially Trump's disgraced former national security advisor because he's officially been ousted from the Trump administration. This comes weeks after the Signalgate scandal, in which Waltz accidentally added a journalist to a private group thread with high-level national security advisors on an unauthorized app discussing classified sensitive military plans. Yikes. Well, he's officially been shown the door. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. It's pretty funny when bad things happen to terrible people. So we're going to play this breaking news alert from Fox News and just savor the moment.
All right, there's a breaking news that happened in the commercial break. So what you're looking at photographs right now of Michael Waltz. He is the president's national security advisor, except for we just got news that he is going to be leaving the administration along with his deputy, Alex Wong. Of course, if you might remember the story of Signalgate. I don't know if that's for a particular reason, but there was some consternation among some people about Mike Waltz, who you might remember was a congressman, Green Beret, a long history and career in foreign policy. And I believe...
If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and increasing the protein in your diet, listen up, because we've got the ultimate...
Who is a veteran who used to be a principled conservative, or at least claimed to be, and he was once a respected Republican congressman, and he sacrificed all of that on the altar of Trumpism and MAGAism. He gave up his seat as a Republican congressman to be national security advisor, and now he's been kicked out of that role. CBS has also confirmed it. Breaking: national security advisor Mike Waltz and his deputy, Alex Wong, will be leaving their posts. Multiple sources familiar with the situation tell Jennifer Jacobs. Mark Halperin is the one who apparently broke this story, so we're not going to watch this full 3-minute clip, but he was the one who first reported this, and CNN has a bit of a write-up on it. We're going to refresh it to see if new information has been provided, since it's a developing story. They say National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is expected to depart from the Trump administration in the coming days, two sources familiar with the matter told CNN after losing Trump's confidence over the course of his first 100 days in office.
This was before they decided to give him the job as in New York as the UN ambassador. Hey, if I'm getting paid to live in New York City as a UN ambassador and all the perks that comes with it, I can live with it. I can live with it, especially if I'm a bumbling idiot who don't deserve any job in the administration. Hey.
Waltz's job has been in limbo after it was made clear to him earlier this week that his time leading the National Security Council had come to an end, according to a source familiar with the matter. This is important because I'm going to show you a clip from yesterday's cabinet meeting that Mike Waltz attended. And so knowing that he apparently had been told in advance, like, yeah, you're probably gone, watching his words to Trump just ring even more loudly. And we'll get to that in a minute. Alex Wong, the Deputy National Security Advisor, will also exit the White House, according to another person familiar with the matter. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, a real estate developer and friend of Donald Trump, is under consideration to replace Waltz as National Security Advisor, that person said. Real estate developer. No decision has been made. Waltz has led discussions with Russia and Iran as Trump looks for international deals. Waltz has been attempting to stay on and attended a cabinet meeting Wednesday, appeared on Fox News, and showed up to the West Wing Thursday. But Waltz has been unshackled and lost most of his influence in the West Wing after he inadvertently added a reporter to a group chat about military strikes. Trump stood by him at the time, but Waltz's standing never really recovered, according to 4 sources. He also lost his standing with top aides inside the West Wing. Waltz boarded Marine One with Trump on Tuesday, but when his colleagues boarded Air Force One about 10 minutes later, he remained on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews instead. One White House official said he was never slated to travel to Trump with Trump to Michigan, but the move was viewed.
That's where he was left, at Andrews Air Base. I couldn't remember where it was. He was left at an Air Force base. Find your way home. I hope Uber can meet Uber at the gates. That's where they left him. So this link is in the description box. Kind to me. Came in and said hi and said have a great weekend. You have a great weekend. So kind to me. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. Let's go on to. Oh, I also wanted to share with you why you know that these attorneys who have signed up for all this pro bono work are going to have to defend these cops, because 4547 actually did a whole executive order saying that these attorneys are going to have to defend these cops. So here we go with that story. Trump law firm deal backfires tremendously. Let's hear.
Trump attacking lawyers yet again, but in this way, doing it. I mean, the firms that thought they were cooperating with him are now finding out what it means to cooperate with somebody like Trump. We're here to break it down. Dina Dahl, Melba Pearson, you've seen us on the channel. This is our first duet together. Really excited to talk about this topic because, the law firms in general, it may seem like a distant topic, but it's a really important topic for our democracy, his attack on lawyers, because frankly, a lot of these big law firms are the ones who take a lot of cases to the Supreme Court. One of the big law firms I started my career at hasn't yet been attacked by Trump, but the partner there was the one who argued in front of the Supreme Court regarding same-sex marriage, right? You see it again and again. This is why he is going after them. It's why it is so important for our democracy. And this latest executive order, I'm going to read from it just a little bit. And then, Melba, I want to hear what you have to say about it. But it just came out. It says, the Attorney General shall take all appropriate action to create a mechanism to provide legal resources and indemnification to law enforcement officers who unjustly incur expenses and liabilities for action taken during the performance of their official duties to enforce the law. And then this mechanism shall include the use of private sector pro bono assistance for such law enforcement officers. Unprecedented.
So he's going to tell people who are giving a pro bono access what cases they must take. That's why it is unprecedented. Attorneys usually take pro bono cases as they choose, but they're not going to have the choice in this. Okay? Understand.
Executive order. Astounding, really. Melba, what is your take on that?
He's going to command it via executive order, via the king's order. This is what the dictator says you're going to do. And not for nothing, I give zero fucks about these attorneys who offered this some of them offered it before he even contacted them. They saw them contact one big firm and they came and said, "Oh, we'll do that too." So you gave up hire qualified Black people, taking the cases of Black people who had real cases to appease a racist, in my opinion. And when you are allegedly some of the best attorneys in the country, based upon your the log of money that you bring in yearly, over $1 yearly, obviously you've been winning some good cases. So you're not gonna put yourself out to win good cases for Black people. That's what I'm saying. Or gay people, or transgender people, or whatever. You're gonna put yourself out to just work for cops who find themselves wrongly in the justice system for just doing their job. Okay. Let me go.
Dina, I'm horrified because on so many levels. So first off, you're forcing firms to do free work. Now, all firms do pro bono because, again, we're all members of a bar in some state. I'm barred in Florida and the District of Columbia. Dina, you're barred in several states. So, we have to do, as part of our work, do pro bono hours. That's a thing. But we get to choose what causes are closest to our heart. We get to choose what types of areas we want to be involved in. And here it's really disturbing because the administration is forcing these attorneys to represent police officers, no matter what they may believe. And that's incredibly dangerous. And also, too, it's also the level of expertise and comfort. I mean, maybe defending police officers is not your area of expertise. There's nobody on your team that's really great at it. But now that you've made this deal with the devil, you're going to now, we'll have to figure it out. And is that the...
Well, you better brush up on defending the indefensible in many cases. Now, what I also wanted to say is they approached another law firm, and this other law, I can't remember their names, said, "No, we're not going to do shit for you, and we're going to take you to court." And they won their case. And there have been 4 law firms that have won their case against 4547. And one of the now he has about $1 billion worth of pro bono promises from other law firms who just came in and bent the knee before he even asked them. And they said what portion or what amount of pro bono work they'll give him. And then after this second or third one came in, 4 more came in, and he said he was the one who was going to determine how much pro bono work, and it was over $100 million. He has almost $1 billion of pro bono promises already given to him from these attorneys. Now, one of the attorney's officers who came in and said that, "Hey, I'll give you this much pro bono." Now they're trying to pull out of the deal because they've seen other attorneys go to court and win these cases. These are attorneys. Maybe you should be defending the cops, because the first thing that you decided to do was bend the knee. This was the first thing, and didn't give a fuck who it hurt, because it wasn't going to hurt your white families. Okay, so this link is in my description box. You can go check it out. Hey, Bush baby, Grand Rising. Oh, Bernice, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. They thought they was going to get him off of their backs. No. No. Now, what I was thinking, I said that he wants these attorneys because he couldn't get a television attorney when he got into all of that trouble when he was actually in office. And then after he got out of office, he got into all of those legal cases came up against him. That's why I thought that he was trying to make sure that he had a slate of good attorneys, because surely, however he gets out of office, unless his feet first, he's going to need an attorney. And hey, viewers of you, thumbs up and share. However he gets out of office this time, he's going to definitely need some attorneys. And the people in his administration, well, no, he's probably going to pardon all of the people in his administration for the actual crimes that they have been doing in this administration. We know that they are crimes. We know that they are lawless because many of them have come before courts and they have proven to be lawless. And the whole Supreme Court said that they should bring that guy back from Maryland. That was at least over 10 days ago, and he's nowhere near close to being bought back. And 4547 is saying that it's the attorneys who don't want to bring him back. So you mean to tell me we got a whole Supreme Court and the attorneys can say, no, I'm not doing that. So even if you're not doing what the court says, why even bother to go into court? Why you bother to go into court? It's the attorney's decision. And what they gonna do? I'm just still waiting on what's taking them so long to put him in contempt of court. What's taking so long? How many weeks of brief and information and all of this does it simply take to find him in contempt of court? Because y'all knew a long time. Y'all knew when he didn't turn them planes around, he was in contempt of court. Now y'all have gone up the ladder to the Supreme Court and he still ain't brought that man back. Y'all knew a long time ago he was in contempt. Hey, viewers of you. Okay. Viewers of you. There was something. I was on a Viewers of You channel yesterday. Go over and check out our Viewers of You. And Stomp Down also went live yesterday, and he was talking about Heidi has called. Y'all know Stomp Down put 20 on 10. He said go over there and listen to it yourself, because y'all always be talking. I put 20 on 10, 10 on 15, 9 on 11. Go over there and check out Stomp Down, and go over there and check out Rita channel. She said that Heidi had called the CPS and the cops, and Stomp Down said, and the FBI as well, on her about her child. Now I do know Heidi was being read about her children, but I didn't see Rita doing it because I don't watch Rita, because I was supporting her ass. But then she decided to call herself cursing me out behind a lie that Reed told, when the only thing I did was support Reed in what she said her child was going through. And then she turned around and said that I said something derogatory about her child. And then Rita decided to come out here and curse me out like I gave a fuck about either of them bitches, because I ain't said nothing to either of them bitches. And the only thing I did to them dumb hoes was support them. But, you know, some people can't take support because they don't know how to give support, because they too busy chasing up other motherfuckers to kiss ass and play victim to something that they have not been victimized about. So that's it on that. I don't agree with anybody calling no damn CPS on anybody. Let me see. Who is this? MC Nemesis topic. I need you to write in the chat who you are and why you are hitting my link. MC Nemesis topic. I just don't allow strangers on my link. So you'll sit back there until you can give me that information. No, I'm not your nigger. No, I'm not your nigger. Your mama's your nigger. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Hey, Leonard, how are you? Huh? That's the same thing I say, Jill. Huh? Who he thought he was talking about? Who he thought he was talking to? Now, I don't think CPS or the police should be called on anyone out here on YouTube. You know, these people do too much to do absolutely too little. I just way too much to do absolutely nothing. Just a bunch of idiots out here. I had to make sure that wasn't MC see want to call for niggas. Viewers of you, I have an echo.
Okay.
Oh, do I need to change it?
Yeah, because I don't have anything open. I don't have my echo cancellation on. I'm in an open room.
Okay, let me see if I.
So I think it might be. You might have to put yours on. I think. I have nothing open.
Echo. No. I don't hear it anymore.
Okay.
Oh, I do hear it a little bit, but that's okay. Go ahead. I'll go on mute when you talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Let me hit mine because you know this whole thing. Every time the first of the month comes with these daggone StreamYards and Restream, they always get all ratchet. You know. Let me hit mine. Echo cancellation. Let's see if that does anything. But I truly have nothing else on. I don't have anything by my computer that could bounce back the volume. Can you hear it now? Me.
I was on mute. No, I don't hear it now. Okay.
Okay. So I guess the guests have to have it on too. Good morning, Miss Ronnie Q. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm fine, except for these cherry blossoms are kicking my butt. Thank you, Japan.
Thank you, Jill's Comfort Zone. I love cherry blossoms. Oh, those are some of the most beautiful. Those are the trees. Yes, those are so beautiful.
Yeah, they're beautiful to look at.
You guys have a lot in your area as well.
Yes, all across the monuments and everything. Yeah. They're everywhere. They're the devil's weed. They are, but they're pretty to look at until they end up dying, and then they litter the streets and create more trash. They bring thousands of people here, hundreds of thousands, to watch them. You know, because when they bloom, it's everything. It's gorgeous. But if you have allergies, like I do, they are the devil's weed. Oh my God.
They you know, when they start falling off, they last a little while, and then all of those little petals be everywhere. Yeah. But I
they litter the streets. Yeah. So I hear the echo too.
I don't hear it now.
Oh, why do I hear it? Oh Lord.
Turn your device back the way you had it.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Now, yes, I hear that somebody is single again. It is single. Income tax. It is after income tax time.
But Miss Ronnie Q, this has happened before. It's a wash, rinse, and repeat with that person.
I don't think that person washed. I think that person may towel off. I think that person may do a whole bath. You know, that big bitch can't even fit in a bathtub.
It happens and that's why we call it the tax return. I forgot what the daggone nickname I came up with years ago. Anyway, yeah. So after the 15th, that's it. The relationship is over.
Okay. Speaking of which, we're gonna have to make sure that if we see this phrase being used repeatedly by Dr. Pastor Begging Wilson, executive level begging. That was created and coined in LSA. So, as Wilson usually do, overused phrases, if you hear executive level begging, know that he did not coin that phrase. Notice that he is actually reading LSA, and it originated in LSA because it's become to the point that people in LSA is going to have to trademark their sayings because Jay Wilson bring his ass over there and steal jokes and sayings and everything he can every goddamn day. And what is his new saying? The girls are not the girls are mad. The girls are upset or some shit he overuses now.
And he got that from someplace else. I did go over there, Pico, because I hadn't been in the streets for a minute, and I did go over there to peek to see what was going on over there on the alley. Because I go over there, because I go to make sure I ain't on there. But it doesn't matter if I am. What can you do? But I went over there peeking, and I saw that phrase right there. I said, "Ooh, child, yeah, he's a messy little motherfucker." So yesterday, I think what he did was he got a first gift from his wish list. Somebody sent him something from the wish list. I don't know what it was.
Well, I thought he only had 2 things on the wish list.
Somebody
the water
he did
heater
a whole,
and the.
he had whole other things on there. I guess.
Oh, I assumed he only had the water heater and the water treatment shit.
The softener.
The softener.
Well, I saw, because I don't watch him. Like, I don't know nothing. I don't watch him. No, but I did see he had a title of some video that said, "My first unboxing," or "the first gift has arrived," or something like that. And I don't know what it was, because I said, that begging motherfucker. Right. Like he having a damn honeymoon or bridal kind of a registry. Did he ever have a registry for his wedding announcement? Never mind. I ain't even gonna ask.
Did he ever finalize a ring that he was supposed to be getting? All them goddamn rings that he was showing from the pawn shop.
Hey, just read my book.
Hey, just read my book.
Yeah, and did what else did he ever see? He backed away from the damn wish list thing, because remember when Ness had that wish list when she moved to, for the 95th time and had that wish list, and Dunn went there and bought everything on the list and then canceled the order, because if you buy stuff on the list and it actually removes the item. Well, Ness didn't click the right button. It actually removes the item, and then nobody else can purchase it. Nobody else will see that it's available. So that lady bought everything, and then
that wasn't Ness. That was Skillet who did that.
Oh no, it was Treasure. No, it was Miss Deanna Earn. No, it happened 2 times, Miss Ronnie Q. Deanna Earn and Rick Reed, they were the first ones that we knew that did it, and then Jay Dunn came through and did it with somebody else, or either the same Ness or something.
I think it was Skillet.
Oh, Skillet did it too?
Did it the most recent time. The only time that I heard about it, it was Skillet when she moved into that apartment and had all them pot holders and dish racks on there and shit, when she was messing around with this dumb bitch right here. Did you see this shit right here?
Let me see. These people are the worst. If voted, I would say I would. Oh, so you didn't vote. Oh, I didn't see that. Where is that at?
I don't know what chat that was. It was somebody got a screenshot, and I was like, this bitch rolled her ass around here, talking all of this dumb 45, 47 talk, yelling and screaming and over people. Nobody could even converse. She had 0 points, and then now she's embarrassed. What a fool she made herself. She's embarrassed of the fool that she made of herself. But bitch, to say that you didn't vote, even makes you a bigger fool. So you just out here running your motherfucking mouth, yapping your gums and all this shit. Now your daddy deported back to Bangladesh, and now you act like you didn't support the motherfucker. Had no reason to support him in the first place. But I just want, the way she rolled her ass around this beef sector. And where's MU and ZX, these other dummies? Now they want to talk about everything but that.
Yeah, where is the damn big titty, hard titty bitch? Where's she at? I haven't heard nothing about her in a minute.
I haven't either. But they're not talking about any of that shit. Hey,
well, it's
Sincere.
just hitting the fan. Hi, Miss Sincere Saida. I like the name Saida. Oh, I hear an echo. Oh my God.
Better you than me.
Okay.
I think we both hear the echo.
Oh my God, what is going on?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm gonna get off of here because that's one of my pet peeves, and I don't want to cause no chaos over here.
Hold on.
I'll go back in the chat, Miss Ronnie Q.
Let me see. I don't know why I'm hearing an echo. Now I just took my headsets off and put it through my speakers. Do you hear it now?
Let me see. Nope, I don't hear it.
Okay. So now,
Lordy goodness. I think the headsets, what they do with the StreamYard and the Restream, when in the first of the month, they just throw up the damn hearing elements or whatever up in the air, and just everybody that I know that wears headsets or has a speaker, the sound gets effed up. It does a double thing. I'm just noticing a trend, so.
I put mine on my outward speakers. I add some speakers to my computer, so it sounds better than it just coming through the computer. Now, did you see the big bust up that happened last night? They said the Dingbat Pizarro. Okay, so it started on Big Funky's channel, where her and Dovey got up there and made some comments about Yaya. Now I haven't reviewed it. I don't know what was said, but then allegedly it traveled on to the begging bitch. Oh, well, both of the bitches begging now. Big Sexy begging for tires, and the other bitch begging for anything she can get. So a Pizarro. So it piss hole. So she said something about Yaya allegedly. I don't know what it is. And then allegedly it rolled on to the next bitch. The bitch waiting, the OG who's sitting up here waiting for some young dumb hoes to finish their lives so she can come out here and take her dentures out and talk real saucy about her alleged sister. I lost my sister, but I got one with you. Okay, so and then
oh my God, I'm so sick of her goddamn slow backwood geeky ass motherfucking voice. God damn, if these bitches got all these goddamn fake teeth lined up on a goddamn bathroom sink, why don't you get on here with your motherfucking teeth? We can tell you ain't got them teeth in your mouth. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you slopping and slurping with your goddamn tongue flapping around in your goddamn mouth. Put them motherfucking teeth in your mouth, bitches. So sick of y'all toothless hoes. Go ahead.
Now then they say Yaya came out here and read down of the wig wear, the lady who wear $500 wigs and lose them at the funeral. They said that she came out here and read that bitch down. So they've been fighting over that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I haven't been enjoying Miss Yaya, and I'm a proud holder of a motherfucking rich over there in Miss Yaya's yard. Okay, I don't know, do nothing with it. Y'all know I accidentally blocked somebody years ago when I was a mod over there at Miss Deanna Earn. I blocked Tracy, and I'm nervous now anytime somebody give me a mod stick. And y'all know I don't like to have mod sticks everywhere. But so Miss Yaya has been definitely delivering, and she's been dragging the girls. Is that the phrase that you think Wilson's saying? Somebody's saying something.
No, it's something else.
Oh, the girls are fighting or something, yeah.
Something to that effect.
And then he just mad because he want to be the girls too.
He want to be one of the girls.
Right, him and Rodney. The bunch of bitches. I know, right? I have no coffee or edible yet. You get me? Yeah. So yeah, I've been enjoying Miss Yaya's commentary. Yes, and she is replying back to everybody that's coming for her for anything. Okay, unless you're giving her a cash app, she coming right for you, and I'm loving it. It's nothing like a good old DC drag, okay? Because Miss Yaya don't forget shit. But anyway, what does it say? Not Pastor Dookie.
The girls ain't well. That's what she's saying.
What? The girls ain't what?
The girls ain't well.
Oh,
that's
my
what,
goodness.
I knew it was something different and
now,
new.
who typed that? Because I can't
just
see
read my
whoever
book. Just read my book.
Oh, okay, yeah, but she don't forget nothing either. Miss Just Read My Book does not forget anything. Hey,
Yeah.
Just Read My Book.
Don't let him use executive begging as his own, because it is a moniker actually coined after his begging ass.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
he's over in the alley too. He need to be over in the alley because that's they girl. When they get the sniff of his ass, and when he full of shit, I go over there too. When certain people I know are acting up, I go over there just to get my laughs and giggles. But he goes over there to get his tea.
I
That's
don't need over there. I
Right.
don't know what. I don't watch these people, and
I
be
don't know
using
none.
all the jokes that he can find out of LSA.
That's why he never says where he never cites his source. Because his source is over there. Isn't that something? See, we popped you on that one, Sissy Wilson, bitch.
Well, what's going on in the streets?
I
We know
don't
exactly
know
what
nothing.
he always know exactly what's going on. He gonna try to have a plausible deniability that he brought the subject up.
He said he didn't know that the lady doo-doo on the bus. Like, girl, everybody knew that. And he had done a whole video on that thing.
Now somebody was replaying that video, and I was like, "Why is Jay Dunn lying?" I'm like, I mean, you ain't got the lie to kick it, Jay Dunn. You know goddamn well Ness wasn't the one who bought that shit up. You know
She
that
sure
shit was
didn't.
bought up. They had I didn't even know who Bambi was. They had that shit on Breeze channels, I think for weeks at a time, talking about their relationship, going back and forth with what the other had done to the other, and I didn't even know who she was. And I was like, who is this? And they were so familiar with her. I didn't know anything about them dating and the whole 9 yards. And I know goddamn well that was a story that was brought up on Breeze panel when they were hatching out their whole motherfucking relationships or accusations of things
Yeah.
that happened in their relationship prior to her putting papers on that dumb bitch. So
And then the tea. Do you know the new tea with that? The
With
new
what?
tea. The new tea with that. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I guess it got busted. The Truth Enterprise admitted to the fact that she made that story up that Jay Dunn didn't do that. Jay Dunn didn't do it. She sure that the Truth Enterprise made it up. That's what she said. On her words and not mine. I said, what? She was. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, she was. You know how the truth be co-mingling the truth and a non-reality shit. She just be going on and being. I know her.
But she admitted it.
Yeah, that's that's the last thing I heard, and I don't hear nobody speaking about it. I was like, really? So
Hey,
I
Ron
don't
Shaker.
know.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised because people take lies all the time and act like they true all the time, and try to bash your head over their lies. Bitch, you think I'm gonna admit to your lie? These motherfuckers act like they know things are factual and fall down flat. And what are they even talking about? You're supposed to look bad because you lying about some dumb shit that didn't happen.
Just like I had new photos, and then the person that said it admitted to it and apologized or whatever that was. Like, yeah, they lie roast. Lie roasting is the way to go nowadays, I guess.
And then they get fans cheering them on. They get fans who's supposed to be your friend cheering them on about how much they enjoy their content. Catch.
Caught. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. Now, I'm going to have to go ahead and go and address these allergies because I feel like I'm drowning, Miss Ronnie. It's so horrible. It's a horrible feeling.
I don't have allergies. Thank God.
You are lucky. Oh my God. I have to spend at least 2 hours just trying to get myself tuned together, and so I'm getting ready to drown again because I can feel the next wave. But I said I was gonna hop on here. I've still got you playing, and then at the end, if something pop up, I'll knock on your door. Okay.
All right, the link is pinned. The link is pinned for these motherfuckers who was spouting all of this 45, 47 bullshit. So come back if you drain your nose good enough.
Jesus. Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Bye. When are you doing the end tables? Just read my book. Sincere said facts. Lie roasting, aka lying, will catch you a slander and defamation lawsuit. Catch that. But some people are big fans of it. Some people are so fans of the content, even when motherfuckers are call themselves doxing you, and they can't wait till they come back with more content of bullshit and lies and trying to dox you. Good friend. Okay. So let's continue. Where was I? Where was I? There are some other things that I want to share with you. Now, I showed the thing where the attorneys. Now you see that after they fired all of these fucking after they fired all of these people. Is this it? Let me see. No. After they fire all of these federal workers, now they're trying to fuck over their retirement pay. They're trying to make them pay more in their retirement, or they're trying to make them have less union protection. So you're going to have to choose to be what do they call it? Like at the at-will work states where you can get fired for any reason. You have no union protection. Or if you don't choose to work as a federal worker under the at-will work provisions, you're going to have to pay or lose a lot in your retirement. Let me share this with you. Now at the same time, when they were asking J.D. Vance about that Mike, what is his name? About that Mike Waltz situation, he got up there talking about the administration is trying to protect workers and this, that, and the other. Like, motherfucker, what workers y'all trying to protect as y'all firing all these federal workers? And this motherfucker had the nerves to bring out his mouth that we're trying to protect workers. What workers? The workers who are working below minimum wage, below what it costs to live comfortably in America. I'm not saying comfortably as rich. I'm saying comfortably as to not pay more than half of their expenses out to the cost of living. But I'm talking about the ones who can't even go out and see a movie because everything in life has exploded in cost except for people's pay. So I got to play this. Nobody wants to talk about that, but let me get to that right quick for you. I don't know why this is doing that. Okay. Excuse me. Now, they're trying to approve this huge budget that 4547 has a whole lot of money he want to allocate to this, that, and the other. And they also want the federal workers to force them to choose either this or that. So, okay, here we go. The name of this video is called extortion. So I'm going to share that with you. This is on Forbes page. It's in my description box. Come check this out.
Ms. Stansbury.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think these markups are complicated and sometimes difficult to explain and understand because they get into technical details. So I want to try to break it down a little bit and actually with our current acting ranking member, maybe get a little bit into the details. So let me zoom way out here to talk about the entire enterprise that the GOP is engaged in right now and to lay down some facts. So first of all, what's important to understand is that over the last couple of months, the president has transmitted to the Hill a list of asks, and they really focus on making permanent tax breaks that were originally put into place in 2017 that are about to sunset. So these tax breaks are for billionaires, millionaires, mega corporations, and it's going to cost $7 trillion. And to pay for it, they want to try to offset some of those costs because our friends across the aisle are trying to claim that they're being fiscally responsible. But let's be clear, the math doesn't math because the offsets that they're seeking only add up to about $1.5 to $2 trillion. So if you do the math, 7 minus 2 equals 5, which is why this bill, the big bill that we're talking about, does not actually reduce the debt or the deficit. It actually will blow a hole through it by increasing debt spending by $5 trillion. And when you add it all up over 30 years, we're talking over $30 trillion in new spending for the United States government. So first of all, don't buy the baloney that this is somehow going to balance the debt. This is going to blow a giant hole in the debt. Now, let's talk about what is happening in this committee. So they passed the instructions out of the Senate, came back to the House. Very confusing. The Senate and the House Republicans couldn't agree on which package to go with, so they passed it all. So here we are now. Those instructions have gone down to each committee, and each committee now has to break it down in its own jurisdiction. So this committee can only work on things that are in its jurisdiction. We're in the oversight committee. Our jurisdiction is overseeing the federal government. And so this committee has been instructed through those resolution instructions to cut funding to supposedly offset cuts. So where are they trying to find those cuts? They're trying to find those cuts on our federal workers' backs. Now, let's be clear. Over the last 100 days, Donald Trump has fired over 200,000 probationary employees. Over 75,000 people have been forced to retire or leave the federal government. And now they're talking about taking away significant retirement benefits and turning the federal workforce over to an at-will workforce. What that means is that they want to strip away the protections for our federal workers so they can be fired at will at any moment. Okay, so that is actually what is inside this reconciliation piece that's in front of the committee today. And if you do not, as a federal employee, elect to be at will, if this passes, if this piece of legislation passes, you're going to have your retirement taxed, essentially, an additional 5%. So that means your pay is going to get cut unless you elect to be fireable. Is that correct, Mr. Lynch?
That is essentially correct. Yes,
so
absolutely.
Basically what this package is doing is extortion. This is called extortion. This is in the vein of trying to say that they're going to balance the budget, which they're not, because it's still going to cost the American people $5 trillion to pass this overall tax package for billionaires. And by the way, these trillionaires are going to get an additional, let's say, $300,000 a year off of their taxes, while the rest of us are going to actually see prices go up with tariffs, the cost of living expenses, all of these issues. They're going to use this piece of the reconciliation package to further punish the 2.4 federal employees who provide your Social Security, who help with your VA benefits, who make sure that your Medicaid is taken care of. This is all about cutting federal workers, punishing federal workers, making life harder for Americans, and destroying the federal workforce. And I strongly oppose in every single way, every piece of what's in this piece of the reconciliation package. And I yield back.
Okay, y'all got that? And we're clear that the reconciliation package is the budget cuts for the rich. Now, Abby Phillips has been having some interesting conversations. It is clear, if you guys don't know, a Trump-appointed judge has deemed that 4547 cannot use the Aliens Enemy Act, which is a wartime act, and war is declared by a vote via Congress. There can only be a war declared via Congress. Condom. Now, 4547 tried to make this some type of emergency immigration something, and they quickly took this to court, and it was found that he could not declare war himself. It must be declared by Congress, and he cannot use this Alien Enemies Act. So you would think that that would be enough. You think that that would be it, but and this just really shows. I don't understand how any of these Republicans just sit and twiddle their thumbs and don't say anything, and you can't count on them to do the right thing in their job by letting 4547 run roughshod over the Constitution that they all want to act like they hold so near and dear. Let's also remember, do you guys remember that this 4547 they when he was sworn in, he refused to put his hand on the Bible and swear anything. I think if he put his hand on the Bible, he would spontaneously combust because he's a whole motherfucking devil. But that's neither here nor there. But he never put his hand on the Bible in his swearing in ceremony. Let's keep it a buck. Y'all don't act like y'all. I know. I almost said condom abuse. I want to share this with you guys. Why is it just? I don't get it. I don't get what these Magna. Oh, is that the one I want? Maybe that is. Let's check out. I have 2 clips from Abby Phillips' show. Oh, this is not the one. Let me go back. No, I'll show you this one since I already have it up here. It says Magna Pundit uses racism to justify more racism in heated argument. Okay, so this is Couch Politics. It's in the description box. I enjoyed this gentleman's show. Go over there and check him out. He has a really good commentary, in my opinion.
And that has to matter more than what society thinks about whatever they
who didn't get due process. I don't know why the Democrats are not angry about that. Because they're not citizens. We do not owe them the same thing. It has to mean something to be an American. To me, like the energy in defense of these gangbangers. I'm not defending them. I just said if there are gang members and if they're killing or raping women in this country, they should absolutely be deported, and there should be deportation orders, and there should be a process, and there is a process to deport them. You were saying that every person that is here illegally is raping people, and that is not true. You're saying they're all part of these gangs. They all this is their invading.
But I really think it's important to really scrutinize what you just said. The idea.
Hello, everybody. Guys, let's get right into this panel. I just want to say I appreciate Van Lathan. He's just an intelligent dude that can just get things across very simply and calmly. Batya, on the other hand, she's out of her mind.
She's crazy.
I call her the female Scott Jennings, but I think soon we'll have to start calling Scott Jennings the male Batya. Check this out and we'll talk about it.
Tonight, a major setback to the president's deportation efforts. A Trump-appointed judge in Texas struck down the White House's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans that they suspect to be gang members. The 18th century law gives the president the power to circumvent the courts and quickly detain or deport elite alien enemies after, quote, a declared war or, quote, any invasion or predatory incursion. Remember those words. Judge Fernando Rodriguez ruled that those words referred to, quote, an attack by military forces, and that is not how Trump is using it now. The law has only been invoked 3 times: the War of 1812, World War I, World War II, where it was infamously used to justify the internment of Japanese, Italian, and German immigrants. Now tonight, J.D. Vance.
And that's another reason why this is so pivotal, because he has painted. I'm not defending no illegal immigrants to stay in our country. I think that there are way too many illegal immigrants that have come to our country, and not just the Hispanic ones need to go. We forget about all the Asians. We forget all the Pacific Islanders. We forget about all the Irish ones. We forget about all the ones from Europe. We forget about a whole lot, a swath of people who have come to this country. But it's only the Asians and the Jamaicans and the Haitians who are being thrown out of the country. It's only the brown ones that are being thrown out of the country. So they all need to be thrown out. Now, the problem with this is that this man has painted everybody who he put on that plane as gangbangers. Not no facts, no nothing, no supporting evidence that any of them are gangbangers. Could some of them be gangbangers? Gangbangers? Of course, some of them could be, but you cannot paint a brush about all of those people on that plane being gangbangers, because we know they all weren't. So this continuance of you're defending gangbangers, you're defending gangbangers. No, they're defending justice. They're defending them having due process. That's what they're defending. Because we're not just because we don't want to call all of them gangbangers, because we know what it's like of them calling all of us young black men thugs and gangsters. But they act like they can't understand that. Well, you need to understand that, because nobody's buying that bullshit. Every young black man is a thug above the you're damn near like Palestine. Every young black man that looks like they are 13 or 14, y'all want to adultize them as grown men, even black children, females. You want to act like they are older than they are, like they have been exposed to more adult things than the white children at the same age. We're going to call a thing a thing. So it ain't about them. When I talk, it's about what I know that it opens the door to for us. The things that we have been fighting to try to get justice from is being wiped away. And if I sit They came for they came for the machinists, and I said nothing because I wasn't a machinist. Then they came for the unionists, and I said nothing because I wasn't a unionist. Then they came for me, the Jew, and there was nobody there to speak up for me. So you don't care. You don't care about who they come from as long as they ain't coming for you. But I know they always coming for me. So you can't, you're not going to lull me over with the simple fact that two things can be true. Yes, we don't have room for all these aliens. Any country worth its salt has Fair Immigrations Act, and they just can't suck up everybody that wants to come to this country. And if you really gave a fuck about it, you would penalize these employers who are employing them. That's how we know you ain't taking this shit seriously. Because there's never been any equal retributions for these companies that hire them and pay them less and pay them under the table even. It's never any retribution for any of them, including 45 and 47, who hires them. Let's continue. Exactly, Leonard. How come he's not deporting the Asians when they're the second, really the first highest illegal immigrants that came in here? Exactly. That is my point. I'm not gonna let you make it easier to criminalize a whole group of people because it's easy to spot them out. They're black and brown. What about all of these nail shops that's full of these motherfucking people from these Asian countries sitting up there under Mama Son, doing whatever Mama Son. It looks like a whole lot of human trafficking of them as well. And Mama Son tell them where to eat, when to eat, whose nails to do, whose nails not to do, clean up person, you do this, you do that. And I always have a Mama Son at the nail shop and got two licenses sitting on their wall. No, bye. No, bye. I think some of them be sleeping in the back rooms and all that type of shit, but nobody never ever notices that. And but then when that guy was going to those massage parlors and shooting up those Asian people, what did they do? Stop Asian hate. And them motherfuckers tried to act as if we black people are among the people who display Asian hate, when they are the ones who abuse their own black customers. The fact that they are over here and have businesses where the black people can't even get businesses, can't get all these breaks that they've given people who come over here is another thing. And then they try to act like it was because of black people. That wasn't a black man who did that. That was a white man. And look how quickly they got their bill through. And look how the George Floyd bill has gone nowhere. The fuck out of my face. I'm not supporting any of that. Live together in one house. Okay, let's continue. I went off on a tangent.
The vice president says it's not the judge, but the White House, or it's not the White House, but the judge that is overstepping.
Dentures? Okay. Okay. Here is the JD Vance. JD Vance has the audacity to say that the judge overstepped, I think it's her boundaries. JD Vance. Hold on. We got
determination whether the alien enemies.
Immigrants. Now tonight, JD Vance, the vice president, says it's not the judge, but the White House, or it's not the White House, but the judge that is overstepping.
First of all, the judge doesn't make that determination whether the Alien Enemies Act can be deployed. I think the President of the United States is the one who determines.
No, I think the Congress is the one that determines that. Because we're not in a war, number one. That's what the Congress determines. And now he can decide to, within the war that Congress has authorized, say that there is a emergency, so we need to enact this act while in war. I think. Well, think again, bitch. Talking about what you think. And you think that the judge is overreaching when you coming out here talking about what you think. Nigga, it ain't what you think, it's what you know. It ain't what you think, it's about facts, bitch. Let me go back.
First of all, the judge doesn't make that determination whether the Alien Enemies Act can be deployed. I think the President of the United States is the one who determines whether this country is being invaded. And under the Biden administration, it was. We're aggressively appealing this stuff.
Okay, so if we every time their back is up against the wall, we got to hear about Biden. But what we don't hear about Biden is that Biden at this time in his presidency, in the same time frame, had deported more immigrants than 45, 47 have in this time frame. So why do they keep bringing up Biden as if he did no deportations? In 45, 47 first term, he deported less people than President Obama deported. Let's get the facts crystal clear. They wanted to actually meme a phrase that Obama was the deporter in chief because he has sent back more immigrants, deported more immigrants than 45, 47 did in his administration. How come they're not bringing that up? How come they're not bringing up after 45 and 47 administration? Biden has also deported more people than 45, 47 did in his first administration. But now you see this motherfucker sitting up here acting as if Biden just let people in and he deported nobody. See, you can't have no conversation with me if you're going to try to sit up here and play me for a fool when you acting a fucking fool like you don't know. See, they're taking and Biden let all these people come and Biden. Well, what if he let all these people come in here? How come he deported more people than 45, 47 did? And let's understand that all of this is to save face and to not give a fuck about people. You're not going to save face with one group of people because what's going to happen when you want to save face and use my group of people? Fuck that. The law's for the lawless. Let's continue.
We do think that the higher appeals courts, and in particular, the Supreme Court, is going to recognize immigration enforcement is a core function of the President of the United States. If you tell the President he's not allowed to deport illegal criminals, then you're telling the President he's not allowed to be the President. We reject that.
Joining us in our fifth seat at the table is civil and criminal attorney Dante Mills. He is a law professor at Temple University. Dante, I want people to listen to what he said there, J.D. Vance. He's essentially saying only the president gets to decide whether this act can be used in the way that he wants to use it. But he also then says that the judge is saying you can't deport people, which is not what the judge is saying at all. He's just saying the use of this particular act may not be in this circumstance the way that you can deport people. Tell us more about Marbury versus Madison and whether judges have a role in interpreting the law.
The judicial branch, their job is interpretation of the law. And that's exactly what they did here. What they said is this law requires an invasion or act of war. And we interpret that to mean you have to actively be at war. You can't, as Donald Trump says, come down an escalator and say, oh, people are coming into our country, raping our women and killing us, and that means it's an act of war. No, it has to actually meet that definition, and that's the court's job. The president has the right to decide his agenda and kind of influence public policy. But when it comes down to the application of law, that's the court's job, and that's what they did here.
Can I debate this point? Because I understand your point, and you and I have a disagreement about these individual district court judges.
It's not a point.
Who gives a fuck what you feel about these district judges and your disagreement about it? What did he say that was untrue? What did he say that was unfactual? Even though you don't like the facts, it does not make it untrue just because you don't like the judges.
Dante doesn't mess around. He's an attorney. He's a professor of law. He's just telling you the facts of the case. Like, he's not a pundit like you, paid to spew garbage.
But when you think about what's happened in this country, millions of people have come in. It's the biggest invasion in the history of the United States. We've never been invaded this way, number one. These illegal aliens, and they are predatory. It is an incursion. And I would ask you to ask any of the families.
Okay. And they are predatory. It's millions of people that have come in and invaded this country, and they are predatory. That's why that's where you get the pushback from, because y'all don't care about painting a whole brace of people with a broad criminal brush.
Families who've lost loved ones, if they think maybe that we are at war with the people who have come here, who have committed violent acts, who have murdered people, who have raped people, who have human trafficked people, it is a disaster what's happened in this country. And the president is trying to pull every lever that's on the books to take care of it. And these individual judges are overstepping. What you're essentially saying is that the president, who is the commander in chief, cannot determine when we are being invaded. An individual district court judge is going to decide that? No, thank you.
Can I just ask a simple?
Again, these immigrants, undocumented immigrants, commit crimes at a lower rate than American citizens. To be calling them invading and constantly making this connection with violence and these disgusting crimes and showing a picture of a young girl that was violated in some way, one way or another, by an undocumented immigrant, just so disgusting.
And if their crime was so rampant, why is it that they always using one of three girls? And of course, it's horrible. I wouldn't want it to happen to myself or anyone in my family. But if all of them are so bad, why do you have one of three girls? Why are you guys out here creating Laken Riley acts and using her name in every political situation about illegals coming to this country against her parents' will? You guys are further victimizing her parents, who said that they do not want her name politicized. So do you really give a fuck about these girls that y'all always raising up as a cloak to protect yourselves from the bullshit that you talking? Let's continue.
The facts go against you. It's all about fear mongering. It's all about scaring the crap out of people about these brown people. Let's just be real.
Question. Who gets to decide whether the United States is at war?
The
or
president,
not?
in my opinion.
No.
If we're being invaded,
Actually,
I want the commander in chief to know.
Scott, no. It's actually the Congress.
When you're asking if we're being invaded.
I'm asking.
You want to call Congress and see if we're being invaded?
A basic.
No, that's not what she asked you. That's not what she asked you. She didn't ask you nothing about this. Y'all want to parse a word in here, invasion. It doesn't matter. She asked you who declares if we were at war. Let's see what she asked him and how he tried to change the narratives like they always do. We don't give a fuck what 45 and 47 want to say about an invasion. You cannot enact that law unless you are at war, and Congress is the only one who can vote to declare war. Period. And so until you are at war, all of this invasion shit that is in this 1798 fucking law that has only been used during war don't apply, bitch. I don't know why it's buffering.
Is at war.
The president, in my opinion.
No.
If we're being
Facts go against you. It's all about fear mongering. It's all about scaring the crap out of people about these brown people. Let's just be real.
Question. Who gets to decide whether the United States is at war
the
or
president,
not?
in my opinion.
No.
If we're being invaded, I
Actually,
want the commander-in-chief to know.
Scott, no. It's actually the Congress.
When you're asking if we're being invaded.
I'm asking.
You want to call Congress and see if we're being invaded?
I'm asking a basic constitutional
We'll be taken over
question.
before they ever get to the committee.
Who gets to decide whether the United States is at war? The answer is Congress.
I'm talking about if we're being.
I'm talking about. I would prefer. It's not about what your preference is, bitch. It's about the law. Well, she asked you a question, a real question, and you want to skirt around it. But I feel it should be. Who gives a fuck what you feel? Just because your feelings aren't fact, bitch. The fact is, Congress is the one who declares war, not the president. Like it or not.
So when the president says we're at war, he has to
show we're actively
prove,
at war.
and
not
really what he needs to do is go to
Okay,
Congress.
well, you guys
and
discussed it in committee. We'll let in another 20
Wait a
minutes.
second, though. I thought the genius of our system was that we weren't beholden to one guy's opinion. That the genius of the American system of government was that we had 3 co-equal branches, and in those co-equal branches, decisions were made about how we go about doing things. Now, we want to tear that to shreds so that we can kowtow to one guy's opinion. Then we are in a monarchy. We're being ruled.
He's the commander-in-chief.
Did you guys have the same problem?
He's the commander-in-chief. That is governed by the Constitution and the laws of the land, unless he want to be a dictator, and we all know he does, and we all know that you are supporting him doing so. Barack Obama was commander-in-chief in anything. If he wore a tan suit, y'all was ready to impeach him. He was the commander-in-chief. And y'all did everything y'all could. And I think Scott was actually in the House when that Affordable Care Act was coming down the pipe. Y'all hated him so much as a black man that y'all didn't want people to have health care.
Problem with the president authorizing strikes on the Houthis on the grounds that Congress hadn't authorized this war? You didn't, because we understand that the president has a job, and his job is to protect the citizens of this country. We know that.
And you want to talk about the Houthis and we being at war in the Houthis? See, I've had questions. I've had many questions about that as well. When did Congress declare war on Yemen? What the fuck we doing over there? What in the fuck are we really doing over there? Doing strikes on a daily basis, all day long. When has there been a war declared on Yemen, bitch? That's a good question that I have been asking for answers for.
Tren de Aragua is deeply embedded in the Maduro regime.
Okay, hold on a second.
We
Hold
know
on.
that there is.
Actually, we don't know that.
Of course we know
And actually,
that.
there's reporting that even this administration analyzed that very question, and they found that actually Tren de Aragua was not being directed to come into the country by the Maduro regime. So the idea that
That's
is
not what I said, but they are
hold on,
deeply
hold on.
embedded in the highest
That
levels
is
of that
not,
government.
okay, even if that were true, what is the distinction between strikes? And this is actually a big question that the United States has faced many times. And many people will debate this, right? So what's the distinction between strikes and whether the United States is actually at war with an entity or a nation. And there is a distinction. Now, nobody is saying here Trump can't deport people because, you know, Barack Obama deported a lot of people.
And that's
Sochi.
the
Yeah, you remember
absolutely.
this.
Yeah.
I deported a lot of people, and he did so based on the existing law. It is possible to do.
No, it's not.
It
It's
is
not
not.
an applicable law. It's not an applicable law.
That's right. As the go ahead.
Because
as a lawyer, I would
there's
like an answer.
a
to
determination that law has to be used at wartime when there's
I'm
an
sorry, but
invasion.
war's
and
different
we
than it was in
cannot-
1812.
No, we cannot use colloquialisms to say, "Oh, we're
The
generally at war."
Houthis- the
They're
Houthis are
invading
not a
us.
country,
That's
and
not
yet
how
we're
it works.
bombing them.
But
It's
let's
not
be
how it
clear
works
about this.
anymore.
Nobody
We're
is
being
saying
invaded
that Trump
every
doesn't have
day.
the
Well, we
ability
were.
to
Trump
de-
fixed
The Houthis are not a country, but we're bombing them, so it's okay. The Houthis are a people. Let's be clear. You're bombing Yemen. You're not bombing the Houthis. You're bombing Yemen.
deport people. He has the ability to deport people, and he should, right? There was a lot of people coming in that should not be here. He has the right to do that. But he's trying to use this act to get around due process. And the court is saying this act does not apply. They're not telling him not to deport. They're saying use the process that's in place
You guys
because
are
this
trying to
act
use
does not apply.
as much bureaucracy and red tape as possible. to
No,
keep
it's not
everybody-
bureaucracy. It's the law. What we're trying to do is use the law. The law. I mean, look, is it such a big problem to say you can do things, but you have to do them lawfully? There's a process.
We
to
think
them.
this is lawful.
But it's not.
No, but the
though.
court just said it's
One-
not.
You can think whatever you want to. You can think that fat meat ain't greasy, but it's not the law of fat. Fat meat is greasy. Go ask Brianna.
But you said that it's
one
not.
stupid judge, and I want to see what the rest of them
How
say.
you know it's stupid? You know it's else for?
I guess we have to remind everybody here that
Donald
Trump appointed this judge.
I don't care.
Okay?
Again, it
So this
doesn't
is a
matter.
Trump-appointed judge.
He's not- he's not infallible. Judges make stupid decisions all the time.
Well, okay, how about this?
Judges make stupid decisions all the time. Maybe judges make their decisions based upon the law. Maybe the stupid decision is 45-47 trying to invoke the enemies, what is it? The Alien Enemies Act when we're not at war. It's a stupid decision. You fucking fumbling idiot. Is there more?
Actually, so you say the judge is stupid. How do we know that? How do we know that the president is stupid?
I'm sure that's your opinion.
Well, it certainly is.
But he won the election.
So what does
I
that
don't
mean?
think anybody. Listen,
He won the election. How? He said the judge is made stupid decisions, but the judge is ruling by the law. But so the man who broke the law didn't make stupid decisions. The man but he won the election. He also said that he liked his stupid voters. Let's not forget that he said he liked stupid voters. Let's not forget he's dismantling the Department of Education because he likes stupid voters that much. Let's not forget that he's trying to X out the actual history and whitewash history and recreate history because he likes stupid voters. Let's not forget any of that shit.
anybody's stupid.
Think about his logic there. Van Lathan is too smart for Scott. He called the judge stupid, but the guy who appointed him was Trump. Then he said, well, that's your opinion. This guy is such an idiot. Do you see how he argues? He argues like a child. Someone in my
I think he probably think Trump is stupid too. He is stupid.
comments called him Scott Jennings, Scott Toilet Paper, which I thought was hilarious. It's pretty damn good. Simple, but very spot on. Like the arguments he makes here. Did you say the guy is stupid? He was a Trump appointed judge. Like nothing works. Even when he's Trump appointed. If it was Biden appointed, he's
the judge can still be fallible. The judge can still get shit wrong. But notice Trump can't get shit wrong, even when it is against the law. And let's be clear, y'all. It's not like we didn't know 45-47 was lawless because he came into office as a 43-time convicted felon. So, does the judge have any felonies on their record? that they have been found guilty of by a jury of their peers. So who can be wrong sometimes? Which one of them, the judge or the man who appointed the judge, could be wrong sometimes? And if in fact he appointed the judge and the judge is wrong, who's more wrong? The man who appointed the wrong judge, or the judge who is following the law? Let's continue.
Corrupt. If Trump appoint them, he's stupid. But Trump is the smart one.
When lives depend on physical strength and mental sharpness,
Okay.
blood flow matters.
So
That's why firefighters...
that is in my description box. I wanted to touch on that topic. I fainted. Their poor white feelings are hurt, and they want us to go back to sleep. But the Great Awakening is spreading, and all they can do is villainize the word woke, or poor little poor little tink tink, poor little man. Okay, let me. I have a couple more things that I want to share with you. If I hit on something that you did not know, feel free to hit the goals or $ Ronnie Hugh. I'm just trying to give you information that you may or may not be aware of. Hold on, let me check this out. Okay, let me find this. Okay, so let's talk about this judge that Scott Jennings want to bring up. Let's see what this judge had to say when he made this ruling that 4547 could not, in fact, use the Aliens Enemies Act. Let's see what the judge has to say for themselves. Fuck Scott Jennings.
The Trump administration from a judge that Donald Trump himself appointed. Can you explain what just happened in court?
Brian, a surprise rebuke and a huge ruling, because for the first time, a federal judge has ruled that Donald Trump cannot invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans or anybody else, because he doesn't have the lawful basis to do it. You know, all of the litigation that we have been following, we've been tracking day in and day out, involved whether Venezuelan immigrants and others who are being deported by the Trump administration have gotten their due process rights of notice and opportunity to be heard before they're stuffed on planes and sent to an El Salvadoran prison. But no judge had yet reached the question of whether Donald Trump's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act to try to deport human beings was lawful. And a judge, as you mentioned, a Trump-appointed judge, Judge Fernando Rodriguez out in Texas, ruled that the Trump administration is acting unlawfully because the Alien Enemies Act does not permit them to deport people. Notably, the Alien Enemies Act, which we haven't really, drilled down on the exact terms of that law, which was passed in 1798 and has only been invoked 3 times, including during World War I and World War II. That law, that old federal law, only permits aliens to be deported during a time of an organized armed attack on the United States. And Brian, I don't think there's anybody with a lick of sense or anybody who pays attention to actual facts would be able to conclude, oh, that's right, we are involved in an armed, organized attack by the nation of Venezuela. I mean, it's absurd on its face, but the challenge is all of the court cases, Abrego Garcia and so many others, have been sort of, dealing with the emergency question of whether these people got their constitutional due process rights before they were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. It took some time for the federal courts to actually get to the legal issue of whether Donald Trump has the lawful authority to do any of this in the first instance. And I'm going to say it one more time, a Trump-appointed judge just ruled Trump does not have the lawful authority. And I'm going to be waiting to see if Pam Bondi now calls this Trump-appointed judge deranged, and if Donald Trump calls him a radical left-wing lunatic judge.
Okay, I have to ask this as a quick question. Is this a federal district court judge?
This is a federal district court judge out in Texas, appointed to the bench by Donald Trump.
Okay, so clearly, because it's a federal district court judge.
Okay, so if you want to, I just wanted to get that out there for you. If you guys want to hear the rest of this, this is also in my description box. Now, there is some other things that I want to cover as well. Let me lawlessness. That's under lawlessness is ruled on. Now, let's talk about the fact that 4547 wants to. He has gave orders to the Department of Education chair Linda McMahon to dismantle the Department of Education, and that they are taking it back to the states. We clear on that? So the states are going to be able to decide what is best for their students, because they are their own students, and the states can better decide what is best for their students. Unless I want to know, have you guys heard about this? I just heard about this myself. Let me share this with you. Here we go. The title of this is Trump declares war on schools over Black student success plan. God forbid that the Chicago school create a plan for the Black students to succeed. Well, why? That is racist. Are we going to pretend like racist only applies to white men now? Is that what racism is? Let's delve into this, if you haven't heard about it.
With a school plan. It's called a student success plan. Guess who has a problem? Chicago schools, they come up with a school plan. It's called a student success plan. Guess who has a problem with it? Donald damn Trump. Trump administration has a problem with this plan. Put it up full mass. Now, you would question, why would a presidential administration have a problem with a local school plan? Black Student Success Plan is the plan. The Trump administration continues to meddle in the affairs of Chicago public schools over a program designed to assist Black students. According to ABC 7 News, the Trump administration has now launched an investigation into CPS over its, quote, Black Students Success Plan, alleging the program violates Title IV of the Civil Rights Act because it has the word Black in it. The irony of it all. Black folk fought, died, were beaten, bloodied, and sacrificed so we can have Title IV. We get Title IV, and Title IV expands to welcome other historically marginalized communities in, like women, individuals with disabilities, etc. Black folk did not complain. Why? Because we want everyone to be treated equally. So it applied. And today, in 2025, according to Trump, Title IV, the Civil Rights Act, it actually only applies when you discriminate against white folk, primarily white men. It's a hell of a thing. The Department of Education says the group Defending Education filed a complaint with OCR claiming that CPS 2023-2024 program racially discriminates against students and focuses, quote, remedial measures only for Black students, despite acknowledging that Chicago students of all races struggle academically. Now, naturally, this is pretty commonsensical, right? If you go into a community, I think we can all agree that all of the houses in that community, they really do matter to people. Absolutely, no problem. And I want you to see the genesis of the argument that has now become policy. The genesis of that argument started years ago when Black Lives Matter became a movement which supersedes an organization. It became a movement, and then there was a counter movement called All Lives Matter. But see, if all lives matter, you would have never needed the movement to say Black Lives Matter. What's implied is that Black Lives Matter too. That's the genesis. Now today, you have this. So if you go in the community, all houses matter. But if your house is on fire, I think you would agree with me that everybody in the community would say, but that's the house that the fire engine needs to go to. Quote, Chicago public schools have a record of academic failure. This is a quote. Leaving students from all backgrounds and races struggling and ill-prepared to meet the challenges and enjoy the rewards of contemporary American life, said acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, Craig Traynor. Quote, rather than address its record honestly, CPS seeks to allocate additional resources to favored students on the basis of race, end quote. There's more. Quote, the Trump-McMahon Department of Education. This is how they worded it. Now, this is the Trump-McMahon Department of Education will not allow federal funds provided for the benefit of all students to be used in this pernicious and unlawful manner. The CPS, I say this, every American student deserves access to a quality education, and the Trump administration will fight tirelessly to uphold that ideal and ensure that all students are treated equally under the law. Where's your program? Where's your program? Where is your great idea? What's the creative think tank here? What is the remedy to said problems? What are you offering in exchange? Nothing, not a damn thing. You're spending all of your time being antithetical to the policies that are trying to make a difference locally, even though you are Republican, small government, less government intrusion. You're playing with kids. You have no plan. You spent no time creating rescue plans for kids. You have no teachers in your administration. Where are they? None. No certified.
If you really cared about all students, how come you didn't even create this plan for all students? You were just okay with all students failing because you want to act like you care now all of a sudden about all students being able to succeed. No. You gave the Department of Education over to the state, and then when the states decide to do what they're going to do, let's understand that 83% of the Department of Education of the budget for state schools comes from the states. 83% of their funding already comes from the state. I didn't know that. I thought the Department of Education sent more money out to the schools. But what the Department of Education is there to do is to make sure that there's no discrimination in the schools. So how is it that the race of people who do the discrimination, they want to turn it around and say that they are being discriminated against? How is it? How is that? How is that so? Just because you say it's so, just because you are against equity, we know you are against equity because you're against DEI, which has equity in it. So how is it all of a sudden anything that benefits blacks doing better when everything has been against blacks thriving in this United States of America, you call racist against white people? How is that so? Let's continue.
Teachers aren't forming you? Where are your university professors? None. Chicago Teachers Union President Stacey Davis Gates issued a statement saying in part, quote, "Today's action by the Trump administration's Department of Education, influenced by the right-wing group Defending Education, is yet another attempt to hinder the progress we are striving to achieve. Rather than using the department to create opportunities for students, Trump and McMahon appear determined to transform it into a debt collection agency and a vehicle to dismantle the civil rights protections that support students and their families." As Zach Lindley of News One points out, he says, quote, "It's funny because whenever white conservatives want to highlight black criminality, their go-to is Chicago. This city, which doesn't even make it into the top 25 most violent cities in the country per capita, somehow became the proverbial punching bag for white racists who are looking to justify their racism. Yet, MAGA-supporting government officials are launching an investigation into a CPS program that could effectively reduce the likelihood of black criminality by reinforcing black education. It's worth mentioning that Illinois is one of the 19 states currently suing the Trump administration to block its plans to withhold billions in federal funding for diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in K through 12 schools. They're not even making an authentic argument. They don't really believe in their policy of equality. Understand this. If they really believed in their policy, what they would do is have another policy that they could present to promote the same outcome by way of the goal for said policy. They have none. They're not going to create one. No one at that department who Trump has appointed actually cares about kids. McMahon is in charge. That's insane. So now what do we have? We have an administration who is hell-bent on being the government administration that stops your progress. Isn't that interesting? It's already bad enough they don't know how to fix things, but now they will actively oppose you fixing them? All right, Jackson, thoughts here.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that this, I think they should have named it something different, but they could always point to Chicago about all of the crime and this happened and that happened in Chicago. But what do you think is going to be the solution for crime? Obviously, it's not the police officers in Chicago who absolutely solve zero crimes, absolutely solve zero crimes. For example, I'm going to give you a personal story about Chicago. It was a black, he was over the Chicago, a black guy, and he came out and the police chief, he came out and lied about the number of murders that were solved in Chicago. And they come to find out, in many of these cases that he said that there had been a certain amount, like I think it was 22 murders in Chicago up until that point. I think it was like January or for a couple of months. There had been 22 murders, and allegedly over half of them were solved. Well, come to find out that was a lie. He considered solved as being them closing the case. They were not actually solved. They just closed the case on many of them. And then he had to come back and say that that is exactly what he did. Did you guys hear about that happening in Chicago? So how come these police officers are not solving these crimes? So obviously nobody is going to try to solve these crimes. So let's try to get our young children on a different propel them to excellence, to education, to want to achieve different things in life. Let them know that there is more out here in life for you. Let's get them in touch with mentors who can guide them and all of these things. It takes a village to raise a child. It absolutely takes a village to raise a child. Everything that has been taken out of these cities as far as wanting them to see beyond their 4-block radius of where they live, to let them know that there are so many opportunities available to them, to pick out the genius in some of these children who are out here, who can learn a vast amount of things if it is presented to them, to pick out the talented students who already have embedded talent for learning in them. No, let's not do any of this. Let's just leave them to the street and blame it on the parents who are poor, who has to work, who can't afford any child care. I remember in my era of growing up, I don't know how expensive childcare was, but we were able to, go home and wait till our parents come home, let ourselves in the house, know not to open the door for nobody and all of this and that and the other. But shit, these kids can't even get home safely. Okay. So here's my point. Personally, on New Year's Eve, last New Year's Eve, I had a relative who worked all his life, who doesn't party, doesn't do anything. He's not a bad guy. He sent his child to college. He's a college graduate, doing well. He hadn't had no plans on New Year's Eve. And a friend called him up and said, well, let's go over to somebody's house party. Let's go to this house party. I've never talked about this on this channel. Let's go over to this house party. And he was like, him-hawing about it. And he was like, okay, I'll go to this house party. It happened to be in, he does not live in the actual city of Chicago, but this party happened to be on right inside of the city lines, and it was in Chicago. So he doesn't hang out on corners. He don't do anything but take a look out that his mother has everything. Her sidewalk is shoveled. Anything she need, she could call him to come over and do. His father, anything he needed, he would do. And good guy. He goes to this party. Some motherfuckers outside of the house who have nothing to do with the house shoot up this house, and my cousin was killed. And so you got big bitches on YouTube who said that they could dox me because I said that my cousin was killed. But see, this is the mentality of bitches on YouTube. But I digress. I say that to say this. Do you think they solved this murder yet? Do you think that they have any leads on this murder yet? I already knew the information of how they were trying to fluff the rates of murders that have been solved in the city of Chicago with this police chief coming out here lying about the success of the rates of murders that are solved in Chicago. And then that happens to my cousin. And I knew that they would never find the person. There will never be any justice. But God forbid we try to avoid this type of situation in Chicago? No. Why would you try to avoid it? We needed to point at them. All of the young people in Chicago are dangerous. They're murderers. They're gangbangers. Kind of like the thing that they're doing to the Mexican people. Do you wonder why it is so important not to fall into the lie, not to be lulled into this type of shit? Because they're not going to even try to find somebody. That your life don't matter. They don't give a fuck. It don't matter if you grew up right, you do the right thing. Because they need this. This is what they need. And then turn around and say that you're racist against them. And then, do you know how I felt when they were doing these protests and they showed a Tesla dealership that had Chicago cops lined up shoulder to shoulder all around a Tesla dealership to protect the richest man in the world property, to protect property from protesters, to protect the richest man in the world who, if he wanted shoulder to shoulder security, he could have paid for him out of his own motherfucking pocket, to protect his insured car showroom. Do you know how pissed I was about that? Do you know how I felt about seeing some dumb shit like that? That our public dollar is paying for these cops to stand shoulder to shoulder to protect property that is insured by the richest man in the world, while they can't solve no crimes. Let's keep it a buck here. This is a whole lot of bullshit. Okay, I didn't mean to go there, but I just had to go there. That is the absolute honest truth. So let's be clear. What's going on in the United States is quite disgusting, and they want people to stay in bad conditions, bad situations, and let's be clear. That 45 and 47 really wants to be the next dictator in the United States. He thinks that it's fun and cute to be the next dictator. He wants to walk around like he's some big bad gangster in the lines of Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un and Viktor Orban and all of these dictators. I'm gonna put this in this link in the chat. They're trotting around to the song "Staying Alive." Here you go. That is this. I just fell upon that. If you want to laugh about that and see them prance around to "Staying Alive." Now let's Now, there's one billionaire. He's actually from Chicago. I want to let you hear a little of his speech. He's a billionaire. He's the governor of Chicago. He's actually a billionaire. And he did Governor Feitzer's blast Republicans and do nothing Democrats in a fiery speech. Have you heard this speech from Governor Spicer of Chicago? I think that more people need to be sick of these do-nothing Democrats and definitely of these Republicans. I want to share a little part of his speech, and he's spitting facts. Let's listen a little bit.
We lost last November. What I find ironic What I find ironic about the current conversation surrounding our party is that the voices flocking to podcasts and cable news shows to admonish fellow Democrats for not caring enough about the struggles of working families are the same ones who, when it comes to relief of the struggles of real people, have been timid, not bold. They didn't want to fight the health insurance companies and the drug manufacturers. They didn't want to demand an increase in the minimum wage or require paid family leave. They gave in to the powerful hedge fund managers and tech bros whose blind pursuit of profits is now destroying everything that matters to middle-class families, from home ownership to healthcare to veterans benefits. They told us to ignore the fact that most Americans can't afford a vacation while they're young or retirement once they're old. Here's the problem with the do-nothing crowd, now telling us what to do. Well, they spent their years watching Republicans illegitimately pack the Supreme Court, take away voting rights from people of color, systematically chip away at the constitutional order. And all the while, they offered, in response, a simple defense of norms and decorum and a blind hope that one day soon, Republicans would wake up to find their better angels. Well, that got us exactly where we are today. So folks, the reckoning is here. And now that this culture of timidity is on full display, those same do-nothing Democrats want to blame our losses on our defense of Black people, of trans kids, of immigrants, instead of their own lack of guts and gumption. Voters didn't turn out for Democrats last November, not because they don't want us to fight for their values, but because they think we don't want to fight for our values. We need to knock off the rust of poll-tested language, decades of stale decorum. It's obscured our better instincts. We have to abandon the culture of incrementalism that has led us to swallow the cruelty and the callousness with barely a cowardly croak. It's time to fight everywhere and all at once. Now let's start with something that should, well, be easy to say. It's wrong to snatch a person off the street and ship them to a foreign gulag with no chance to defend themselves in a court of law. And I want to be clear, this is not an argument about immigration. This is an argument about the Constitution. Remember, Trump just last week arrested and deported 3 children under 8 years old, all U.S. citizens, all of them. One of them, a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer. Let that sink in. This country was founded on the idea of habeas corpus. It's a fancy legal term that in plain words means no government has a right to arbitrarily take your freedom away from you. Preserving habeas corpus is not some fever dream of the left-wing echo chamber. It's a fundamental concept of justice that people have fought and died for dating back to the Middle Ages. It was in the Magna Carta. It was considered by our nation's founders to be so vital to our liberty that they wrote it right into the Constitution. Thomas Jefferson called it the essential principle of government. Benjamin Franklin opined that those who would give up habeas corpus for temporary security deserve neither liberty nor security. And Alexander Hamilton wrote that the practice of arbitrary imprisonments has been in all the ages the favorite and most formidable instruments of tyranny. Franklin, Jefferson, Hamilton. Standing for the idea that the government doesn't have the right to kidnap you without due process is arguably the most effective campaign slogan in history. It's the OG of political messaging. So, I mean, what do we think that Colonel Stark was talking about, if not this, when he said live free or die? Today, it's an immigrant with a tattoo. Tomorrow, it's a citizen whose Facebook post annoys Donald Trump. And there are plenty of people in this country who hold opinions that I find abhorrent. But my faith and our Constitution dictate that I fight for their freedoms as loudly as I defend my own. And as a Ukrainian American Jew who built a Holocaust museum, whose family immigrated here as refugees from the Russian pogroms, let me say this to Donald Trump. Stop tearing down the Constitution in the name of my ancestors. Do not claim that your authoritarian power grabs are about combating anti-Semitism. When you destroy social justice, you are disparaging the very foundation of Judaism. When the pendulum swings back, and it always does, you will have contributed to the climate of retribution that will inevitably follow. So let's dispel another myth from the MAGA Republicans. We Democrats believe that undocumented people who are convicted of violent crimes shouldn't be allowed to stay in this country, convicted of violent crimes. We want public safety just as much as Republicans do. And when we get back control of the Congress, and we will, and when we get the White House back, and we will, Democrats need to make it a priority to pass real, sensible immigration reform. We need to secure our border. We need to keep and attract hardworking, tax-paying, law-abiding people and give them a path to citizenship. Immigration, with all its struggles and its complexities, is part of the secret sauce that makes America great, always. Immigrants strengthen our communities, enrich our neighborhoods, renew our passion for America's greatness, enliven our music and our culture, enhance understanding of the world. The success of our economy depends upon immigrants. In fact, 46% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants. The return on investment for America's 250-year commitment to immigration is incalculable. But because of Donald Trump's xenophobia, we've seen foreign students already choosing not to attend our universities and being told to leave. Businesses from overseas are afraid to invest their money here and to bring their executives to our shores. Scientists are choosing to innovate in European laboratories instead of American ones, already in just 100 days. If the best and the brightest around the world no longer flock to this shining city on a hill, then the US economy is likely to fail. But failure, it's starting to look like that's the point of all this, doesn't it? We have a Secretary of Education who hates teachers and schools. We have a Secretary of Transportation who hates public transit. We have an Attorney General who hates the Constitution. We have a Secretary of State, the son of naturalized citizens, a family of refugees, on a crusade to expel our country of both. We have a head of the Department of Government Efficiency, an immigrant granted the privilege of living and working here, a man who has made hundreds of billions of dollars after the government rescued his business for him, who is looking to destroy the American middle class to fund tax cuts for himself. And we have a president who claims to love America, but who hates our military so much that he calls them losers and suckers, and who can't be bothered to delay his golf game to greet the bodies of 4 fallen US soldiers. And we have a grand old party founded by one of our nation's bravest presidents, Abraham Lincoln, who today would be a Democrat, I might add. But a grand old party so afraid of the felon and the fraud that they put into the White House that they would sooner watch him destroy our country than lift a hand to save it. Democrats, we may have to fix our messaging and our strategy, but our values are exactly where they ought to be. And we will never join so many Republicans in the special place in hell reserved for quislings and cowards. It's time for us to be done with optimism about their motives or their objectives. Time to stop wondering if you can trust the nuclear codes to people who don't know how to organize a group chat. It's time to stop ignoring the hypocrisy and wearing a big gold cross while announcing the defunding of children's cancer research. And time to stop thinking that we can reason or negotiate with a madman. Time to stop apologizing when we were not wrong. Time to stop surrendering when we need to fight. Our small businesses don't deserve to be bankrupted by unsustainable tariffs. Our retirees don't deserve to be left destitute by a Social Security Administration decimated by Elon Musk. Our citizens don't deserve to lose health care coverage because Republicans want to hand a tax cut to billionaires. Our federal workers don't.
But we're gonna let that slide because he's making positive the enemy of my enemy. I didn't I must didn't hear that. The ancestors, sir, red flag. That was a sick burn. I must have missed that. I was bringing up the other thing. I'm gonna have to go back and see exactly where that is, Leonard. His ancestors. What he must have said something about his ancestors built this country or something like that. What are you speaking of in particular that he said that I may have missed? Okay, Ronnie, he's making good points. He's growing on me. And I stopped the video because I wanted to comment on the fact that he is a billionaire who said that it is wrong to do all of this stuff to give tax cuts to billionaire, which he is one of as well. But I'm going to try to figure out exactly what he said that you're talking about that I missed, Leonard. Because this is getting to the part that I really wanted. I started it earlier than I wanted to, but
don't deserve to have, well, a 19-year-old Doge bro called Big Balls destroy their careers. Autistic kids and unsustainable tariffs. Our retirees don't deserve to be left destitute by a Social Security Administration decimated by Elon Musk. Our citizens don't deserve to lose health care coverage because Republicans want to hand a tax cut to billionaires. Our federal workers don't deserve to have, well, a 19-year-old Doge bro called Big Balls destroy their careers. Autistic kids and adults who are loving contributors to our society don't deserve to be stigmatized by a weird Nepo baby who once stashed a dead bear in the backseat of his car. Our military service members don't deserve to be told by a washed-up Fox TV commentator who drank too much and committed sexual assault before being appointed Secretary of Defense that they can't serve their country simply because they're black or gay or a woman. And if it sounds like I'm becoming contemptuous of Donald Trump and the people that he has elevated, it's because I am. You should be too. They're an affront to every value this country was founded upon. But there's a way out of this mess. I know because I've been to this movie before.
Okay, so that is a part. He said Donald Trump is destroying the Constitution in the name of his ancestors. But wait a minute. Did he mean he's destroying it in the name of the white ancestors? I'm going to have to go back and find that portion. Is that what he meant by destroying it in the name? Did he say in the name of my ancestors, or Donald Trump is destroying it in the name of his ancestors, meaning Donald Trump's own ancestors? The facts are so-called small hats aren't Semites. Their bloodline are Icelandic, Ukrainian, Polish, Gypsy, German Nazis. Okay, I got you. I don't know. I don't know what his race was. I don't know anything about his race. They are not Hebrews at all. I do know that. I do know that. Now, I don't know his race. I don't know this man's race. But I digress. I don't know this man's race. I don't know him to be Jewish. I don't know anything about him. I'm talking about the content of what he's saying is spot on in this a line about what the Democrats need to do to regain this nation and to stop all this bullshit that has been going on in this administration. But I digress. So I wanted you guys to see that of the speech, and I wanted to also let you see, because he made this speech, what has been said about investigating him. Let's okay, here we go right here. If you guys are not familiar with this Secular Talk page, you may want to go over here and check him out. Indictment. Trump regime threatens arrest of. They threaten the arrest of Democrat governors. Let's see how
the Trump regime won't.
Let's see how they accepted this speech. This is the continuation and the information that I wanted to give to you because I thought there was a such thing as free speech. I thought that 4547 has restored free speech to the nation. Let's check this out.
Won't threaten to arrest or flat out arrest. And as of right now, the answer is no. We've all seen the horror stories, 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 6-year-old American citizens being deported. The 4-year-old literally had cancer. There was a kid, a teenager holding a water pistol. ICE thought it was real. They arrested him and shipped him out of the country. I think that one got sent to the El Salvador gulag. They arrested a judge that was just doing their job properly. So the question is, again, is there anybody they won't either threaten to arrest or arrest? We just discussed they didn't rule out arresting Supreme Court judges. So anybody who's not calling this fascism is a liar. They're either lying or they just don't follow this stuff at all and they're completely ignorant to what's happening. Or they're a fellow fascist, right? Oh, those are the only options. Well, now, J.B. Pritzker is doing what we like to call reading the room. J.B. Pritzker looked around and thought, hold on now. Gavin Newsom is snuggling up to right-wingers on his shitty podcast and tanking in popularity. Gretchen Whitmer is meeting with Trump seemingly once a week and hugging him and embarrassing herself. Alyssa Slotkin tried to defend the oligarchy and got boos from every corner of the internet, of every political ideology from the center to the left. And so he looks around and he goes, who's got all the energy? Well, Bernie's got the energy. AOC's got the energy. You got some congressional Democrats leading. You got Governor Tim Walz leading, going to do town halls in red states where he's getting a great reception. He sees these Republican town halls where there's not a single person in the room who's defending them. Democrat, Republican, Independent, everybody sitting there is going, fuck you. You're ruining everything. So Pritzker looks around and he goes, okay, all right, I see what's happening. And so he goes and gives a speech the other day. He was at some New Hampshire event, which, by the way, the fact that he's in New Hampshire is tremendous evidence that he's definitely running for president in 2028. Okay, that's what that is. So he goes and he gives a speech, and he does not hold back at all ski. I mean, he goes out there, and he's like, never in my life did I think I'd be calling for mass protests, but I'm calling for mass protests. I'm calling for bodies in the streets. I'm calling for doing a strike. He said, these Republicans should never know a moment of peace. That's what he said. So he sees it. He gets the moment. Shout out to J.B. Pritzker. I mean, I'm sure I have plenty of other issues with him. He's a billionaire, which I don't like. I don't think we should have any billionaires. But having said that, we've had FDR was a class traitor, right? And he was the best president we've had in modern American history. So, if you can call that modern, he might be.
I'm wondering if he watched this whole speech, because he did say that people should not be losing their Medicare to give Medicare and Medicaid to give billionaires a tax break. But let's continue to see what happens about this speech.
Probably the best president ever, period. I mean, obviously you could argue Lincoln freeing the slaves, but it's Lincoln, it's FDR, there's a small list that are elite. Okay, so here's a piece of J.B. Pritzker's speech. Let's watch this and then wait until you hear the regime's response.
Fellow Democrats, for far too long, we've been guilty of listening to a bunch of do-nothing political types who would tell you that America's house is not on fire, even as the flames were licking their faces.
Here's the problem with the do-nothing crowd, now telling us what to do. Well, they spent their years watching Republicans illegitimately pack the Supreme Court, take away voting rights from people of color, systematically chip away at the constitutional order. And all the while, they offered, in response, a simple defense of norms and decorum and a blind hope that one day soon, Republicans would wake up to find their better angels. Well, that got us exactly where we are today. So, folks, the reckoning is here.
And now that this culture of timidity is on full display, those same do-nothing Democrats want to blame our losses on our defense of black people, of trans kids, of immigrants, instead of their own lack of guts and gumption.
That line, man, I've been saying it for a long time now. The argument has to be MAGA is wrong. The problem in this country is not immigrants. The problem, it's not trans people. They are not the problem. That's the core of the MAGA argument is the country's messed up. You're getting screwed over. I know you're hurting. Blame the immigrant. Blame the trans people. It's called scapegoating. That's what that is. And our reaction has to be the problem is not the problem is not those things. It's just not. It's just not. The problem are the billionaires. The problem are the multinational corporations. The problem is the corruption. It's the legalized bribery that we have here. That's the problem. Now, would he go as far as to say that next part? Right? Hey, the problem's the billionaires. He is a billionaire, right? So I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe he wouldn't. But having said that, this is good. This is pretty solid.
Voters didn't turn out for Democrats last November, not because they don't want us to fight for their values, but because they think we don't want to fight for our values. We need to knock off the rust of poll-tested language, decades of stale decorum. It's obscured our better instincts. We have to abandon the culture of incrementalism that has led us to swallow the cruelty and the callousness with barely a cowardly croak.
Look, this is just a little piece of the speech. Go watch more of it, and you'll see he was spitting, dog. He was spitting every line. I mean, he was on it. So, like I said, one of the things he pointed out was like, he said a lot, but he was basically like, body should be in the streets, right? Body should be in the streets. We should be protesting. The Republicans shouldn't know a moment of peace. Now, of course, he never called for violence or anything like that, but he was calling for protests for sure. He was calling for strikes for sure. He was saying the people who are ruining the country, we should make their lives hell. So I think it was crystal clear and on point. Well, take note of a couple things here. First of all, the question from this fake reporter, and it is a fake reporter. This is some right-wing hack who's there to coddle the ball sack of this administration. He asked modern-day Goebbels, Stephen Miller, hey, man, what do you make of these comments from J.B. Pritzker? Is this criminal, maybe? And just wait for his response.
I created Drip Drop to save lives. Throughout my entire medical career, I've seen dehydration.
Just called for mass protests and disruption, saying Republicans cannot know peace, while Trump's border crossings are down 95% and ICE is locking up 800 criminals. Is Pritzker inside?
What a fucking brown-nosing little liar. You're locking up criminals, and it's great that you're locking up criminals. They're not. It's innocent person after innocent person. 90% of the people they sent to a gulag have no criminal record. What a liar. Holy shit.
Citing insurrection, and will DOJ take...
Did you hear that? He said, is he stoking an insurrection?
800 criminals. Is Pritzker inciting insurrection, and will DOJ take action?
Okay, before he answers that, let's be clear. You notice that all of these should people be charged as terrorists for vandalizing Tesla dealerships? All of these ideas seemingly always come from the press. They are not initiated from this administration. But let's be clear that they have opened up the press to all of these right-wing hacks. And they showcased, what was his, Tim Pool the other day in the White House press briefing as one of their honored guests. Tim Pool, who it was discovered was making $400,000 was it a week or a month? To make 4 videos, pro-Russia propaganda videos. Was being paid by Russia. I think it was either a week or a month. He only had to make 4 videos. He was getting paid $100,000 a month. And they showcased him in the White House press office as they have denied the Associated Press access to the same press room because they refused to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Let's understand that now this guy is talking about is Pritzker trying to enact an insurrection because of his speech saying that people should be protesting this president. So it's It's the idea didn't come. You didn't hear it come from them. It came from a question. He was just answering a question. Trump was just answering a question when he said, "Hey, it's a good idea. Maybe we should charge them as terrorists." And what are they doing right now? And with Pam Bimbo, and she's sitting up there at the cabinet meetings, and we just found another person, and they're going to be indicted to the fullest extent of the law for the terrorism that they did at Tesla, and they're looking at 20 years in jail for vandalism at a car dealership that is fully insured from the richest man in the world. Are we making that make sense? Are these plants out here to sow this type of these types of ideas about it being insurrections? Let's be clear. This is after the 4547 has signed a executive order. You notice all of his executive orders are based upon emergency conditions, and that they need the military to help patrol the streets, to help with policing conveniently. And now we're talking about protests being equated with insurrections, but we did not see any insurrections from the goons that was beating down police to not certify Biden's win as an insurrection. But we all of a sudden, the call for protest is a call for insurrection on this government. You notice how it works? Notice how we're not the ones who put it out there, but we're just addressing things. Okay, so let's see what Miller's answer is. We know that Miller is unhinged. It is my opinion that he needs to be drug tested every day going into and out of the White House. He is a whole loon, in my opinion. Let's see what he has to say. Let's refresh that question. Y'all may have forgot it because I digress a lot too, as well, Leonard.
Criminals. Is Pritzker inciting insurrection, and will DOJ take action?
Well, what I would say is that his comments, if nothing else, clearly could be construed as inciting violence. So the same regime that arrested a judge, the same regime that's arresting American citizens with no due process, the same regime that is now threatening Supreme Court justices with being arrested, now they're threatening Democratic governors with arrest. First of all, that media guy, fired. Get him out of there. Done, over, never again. Get the fuck out of this field. Get the fuck out of this profession. You are fucking embarrassing. You are a disgrace to this profession. Why do I say that? Because, look, I don't care if you happen to lean right and you're a reporter. You can still ask tough questions and real questions. This is not that. You are a rank propagandist. You'd be better suited in North Korea with what you're doing. I don't understand it. Look, I've had to talk to politicians too. I go back and watch, I don't know, the interview me and Crystal did with Marianne Williamson the last time when she was on Crystal Kyle and Friends. We asked tough questions. Right? Sure, there's some where we agree, and so it's not tough, but there's plenty of stuff that's like, hey, here's an area where we disagree. You have to be real. And instead, again, just rank propagandas. This system, this country now is a fucking joke. This is a joke. This is who you're going to bring. Oh, here's the media. They're going to ask real tough questions. Sir, is this Democratic governor inciting violence? Is he inciting terrorism? Like, what the fuck? So no Democrat can say anything that's even just disagreeing with and calling out the Republicans, because you guys are going to twist it and spin it and pretend like it's violent. Then meanwhile, you guys say actually violent shit and feel like, hey, shut the fuck up, free speech. These guys are fucking demons. Holy shit. One more time.
Is Pritzker inciting insurrection?
Pritzker inciting insurrection? Asking a dude who's involved with the regime that literally did an insurrection. They had the fake electors slate, a massive criminal conspiracy to try to make it so Trump gets to stay in office even after he lost. January 6th, where police officers were violently assaulted by Trumpist thugs. They did an actual insurrection. By J.B. Pritzker, by giving a good speech, is he inciting insurrection?
Will DOJ take action?
Well, what I would say is that his comments, if nothing else, clearly could be construed as inciting violence. This is the guy, by the way, who lied to Trump after the Supreme Court decision and told Trump they ruled 9-0 in our favor. when what the Supreme Court really said is 9-0, you have to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He took a nuanced side point, flipped it, and lied about it, and said they agreed with you. They said you don't have to do dick. What they really said was you have to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but then they went on to clarify, we're not saying you have to facilitate and effectuate the return, because foreign policy is purely in the realm of the executive branch, and the judicial branch cannot impede on the executive branch when it comes to foreign policy. However, in this instance, this isn't really foreign policy because you are contracting with El Salvador. This is more of a contractor issue, right? So that's why they said you have to facilitate the return. He lied about it and said they were 9-0 in our favor. And then Trump's been going around. He knows now that it was 9-0 against him. He doesn't care. He's lying. He just lies every day about it, right? And so this guy, who's
He
willing
knew
to lie
then.
about a
He knew
9-0
then.
Supreme Court decision, is now saying this Democratic governor who gave a good speech, maybe he's inciting insurrection. Do you understand? It is absolutely possible they do end up arresting Democratic politicians. We're 100 days in, and they've already arrested judges. We're 100 days in. Where do you think this goes? How far do you think this goes? There is nothing that the sycophantic, pathetic base won't defend, that the cult won't defend. And this guy is a real Nazi, an actual Nazi saying Nazi shit. A Democratic governor gave a good speech where he basically says we have to fight hard against the right and we need to protest and we need to get in the streets and they should be ashamed of what they're doing. They spin that into he's inciting insurrection, he's inciting violence.
Okay, so that is also in my description box if you want to finish this. And I have one more. It is actually from Kyle that I'm going to play. I already discussed about the Signal Gate and the motion of what is his name? Tim Walz. I've already talked about that. But this is the last one I want to talk about. I talked about this already yesterday. Revealed Trump massive steps to martial law. Let's see what he's talking about on here.
Yes, the apocalypse is still here. Armageddon is right around the corner. Everything sucks. We're all going to die. I wish I had some good news for you guys from time to time on the show, but I really don't. So in just a second, Trump takes a massive step toward martial law. We'll talk about that. The Trump regime is now not ruling out the idea of arresting Supreme Court justices. This video is from a few days back. I somehow missed it. I got it for you today. Then we'll get to Bernie fires back at the critics of his anti-oligarchy pour. So he takes aim at the pro-oligarchy Democrats, the fake Democrats, the dinos, Democrats in name only. So that's glorious. We'll dive into that. Trump is now about to slash funding for life-saving addiction medication. They're also threatening the arrest of Democratic governors. I got some amazing clips for you that just highlight a point I've been making on this show for months.
Speaking of which, I'm going to check that out. Leonard. Speaking of which, I thought that these tariffs was because China was also in Mexico and Canada. The reason for these tariffs was because of the fentanyl that was in the drugs that are being shipped over to America. I think, I've already talked about this. And 4547 is taking away money for addiction treatment, and he's also taking away Narcan that has been available in all public schools, police offices, paramedic vehicles, all over the place, and the number of hundreds of thousands of lives that have been saved by actually having Narcan readily available as possible. Now he's taking it away. The man who wants us to believe that he is so concerned about the drugs coming over it and the poor people suffering from all the fentanyl that's in the drugs and all of this. Okay, let's continue. I don't want to talk about. I want to hear what he has to say about martial law.
So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all. And I keep plugging this. Super important. Everybody go subscribe to the question is, how far are we going to go to the end goal, like complete and utter fascism? Well, Trump made a big move, which not many people are talking about, but I really think it highlights what's to come. So So let's watch and then we'll break it down.
So here's kind of a sleeper issue that hasn't gotten much attention. But one of the things I want to do as we close in on the start of the second 100 days of Trump's term in office is I want to put a little bit of focus on things that haven't yet emerged as major issues, but heads up, they're coming. So here's one. You might not have heard anything about it, but this month, President Trump signed what he called a national security presidential memorandum, which declared that extended swaths of 3 contiguous states are all now technically a military base. It's 170 miles long, a long strip of federal land along the southern borders of California, Arizona, and New Mexico. And in this memo, Trump ordered the Pentagon, the Defense Department, to start taking control of this land. So now the U.S. military has taken control of 170 miles of land, starting in New Mexico, along New Mexico's southern border. And they've declared that that land is now part of Fort Huachuca, which is a U.S. Army base that's not even in New Mexico. It's in Arizona. Why would you take 170 miles of land in 3 different states and say all that land is now part of an Army base somewhere very far away? Well, the reason Trump is
And why are there 2 Navy vessels patrolling those waters in that area? Why was there one put there and then a second one? It should be there by now, all the way up and through Greenland in the Pacific Ocean. What is going on?
is doing that is because he wants active duty U.S. military service members to start arresting people on U.S. soil. Last week, the military announced that U.S. soldiers are now authorized to arrest anyone who steps foot on that 170-mile-long strip of land. U.S. soldiers, active duty soldiers, are now newly authorized to search those people. They are authorized to implement crowd control. U.S. active duty troops searching and arresting people on U.S. soil and performing crowd control operations, again, on U.S. soil. And this land, yes, it is along the Mexican border, and migrants crossing the border are the stated targets of this new operation. So we may not think of this as something that matters for broader U.S. politics or indeed the health of our political system.
But I thought that he just said that the immigration is almost down to 0 on the Mexican border. So you got to think about that as well. Let's keep it a buck. Are we forgetting that they are touting their immigration is going so well? Their deportations is going so well that the immigration across the southern border is down to a trickle. There is hardly any people there. And then after they say this, they do that. They do this. They have warships floating over there in the Pacific Ocean near this site. Pay attention. And they want to act as being woke is a bad thing. Motherfuckers better wake up. Let's continue.
If you're looking for big red flags in terms of authoritarian takeover in a democratic rule of law country, when you've got U.S. troops searching and arresting people and doing crowd control on U.S. soil, you're kind of there. Under American law, the Posse Comitatus Act is supposed to prevent the U.S. government from using U.S. soldiers on U.S. soil. Theoretically, if somebody wanders onto a military base, they can be arrested as trespassers on military property. So the idea, I think here, the neat trick that Trump has pulled here is that he's just turned hundreds of miles of American soil into what is technically a military base. And so, hey, presto, that's one neat trick to give the U.S. military the power to search and arrest people on U.S. soil.
This is what he's been doing, right? What he's been doing is finding ways to consolidate power by exploiting potential loopholes in the law. He views it as a cheat code to end democracy in this country, that just declare emergency powers for whatever you want to do. So the tariffs, for example, he's using emergency powers to do it, even though none of his arguments make sense. The idea that the argument was fentanyl originally. We got fentanyl coming from Canada and Mexico, therefore we need to slap a 25% tariff on both of them. Rand Paul actually made this point. He said, is Sweden and Monaco, are they also sending fentanyl into this country? Like what exactly is the emergency? And this is going to go to court, right? And the Trump regime is going to have to make the argument in front of court why this is a legitimate national emergency. And they're going to fail. They're going to fail. Just like with the Alien Enemies Act, which is the rationale they're using to kidnap people and human traffic them. That's going to fail too, because that's only been used in U.S. history when there's been an actual war going on.
And we know that has failed already. Let's continue.
There is no actual war. He says, we're declaring Venezuelan gangs, we're declaring them terrorists like they're waging war on us or something. Well, that's already on flimsy legal ground, because historically you would have needed to be at war with the country of Venezuela, not just like a gang contingent from within it. And then furthermore, it fails on factual grounds, because these people that they claim are Venezuelan gangsters are not by any stretch of the imagination. You got, people like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, no criminal record whatsoever. You got people like the guy who had an autism awareness tattoo for his 15-year-old brother who has autism, who he takes care of. They use that tattoo as evidence of being in a gang when it's no such thing. They have Andres, the gay makeup artist, who's 19 years old. He's not in a gang, so it doesn't. At every level, these arguments fall apart. But They are moving at breakneck speed, the regime is, and the courts have to play catch up. And so tricks like this, it's like they do it, they act now, and then they worry about the consequences later. And then, as we've seen, when courts say, hey, you can't do this thing, you can't do that thing, this is unconstitutional, this is illegal, they blow them off. They blow them off.
And right now, they're only doing it at the edges, literally the physical edges of our country. But that is how you start. We've got expert advice on this and what this might mean for all of us. Here, next, stay with us.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel.
Hold on. So,
the DNC.
Hold on.
We just sued President Trump and Doe.
Donald Trump quietly has now declared that on a 170-mile strip of land across 3 different states, active duty U.S. soldiers now have the authority to arrest and search people. Active duty U.S. troops doing that on U.S. soil. Liza Goitein and Joseph Nunn at the Brennan Center for Justice tonight are calling this a slippery slope, saying, quote, if soldiers are allowed to take on domestic policing roles at the border, it may become easier to justify uses of the military in the U.S. interior in the future. Our nation's founders warned against the dangers of an army turned inward, which can all too easily be turned into an instrument of tyranny.
This is exactly like when there were the George Floyd protests and riots. Remember, Trump wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act. The only reason he couldn't is because General Mark Milley basically told him, we're not doing that. And he also said, why can't we shoot the protesters in the leg? Let's shoot the protesters in the leg. But it was the fact that there were some people around him that weren't totally insane sycophants that got us out of that situation. But this time,
and let's not forget during the alleged drunk Hegseth, he was asked specifically about would he take an illegal order to shoot protesters in the leg. And he said, I don't think the president wouldn't give me an illegal order. And they said, well, he did. And they gave that example of what Kyle just said about can you just shoot them in the legs? And the current head of the DOJ refused that because he understood that to be an illegal order. And then what Hegseth then said, well, I was there. You didn't see those people. They were climbing fences and setting fires. And that was his whole and complete answer. He never said that he would not do an illegal order, such which was asked of General Mark Milley to shoot protesters in the legs. Oops, that was his head. I was aiming for the leg. Let's continue.
time around, that's not the case. This time around, it's all yes men.
Joining us now is Liza Goitein. She's Senior Director of the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program. Ms. Goitein, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Is there anything about this order that authorizes U.S. soldiers to arrest and search people or use crowd control techniques only against non-U.S. citizens, or could these authorities also be used against U.S. citizens?
No, not at all. These authorities can be used against anyone who trespasses on this new military installation. And that installation does span 170 miles of the New Mexico border. But the original memorandum actually authorizes pretty much any federal lands along the southern border to be transferred to the Department of Defense, including a 60-foot strip of land, 60 feet wide, that actually spans about 600 miles along the California, Arizona, and New Mexico border.
When there's no due process, there are no protections and rights for U.S. citizens either. Because the whole idea of proving that you're a U.S. citizen, it happens when there's due process. It happens when there's a hearing. It happens.
Okay, so this is also linked in my description box. I just wanted to give a heads up on things that are going on in the world. I hate his hairstyle. They better wake up quick. Most people don't know Trump has plans to send dope dealers, especially black and brown, to sites sort of like Guantanamo Bay for deportation to the upper room. I don't know why they don't know that. I do not know why they don't know that, Leonard, because that is quite obvious. You heard him say that the president of El Salvador needs to build about 5 more of those because he would like to send the homegrown there. And who do you think the homegrown he's speaking of? A viewer's view, I used to think that he was gay because of his hairstyle. I would look at him and I thought that he was gay. And come to find out, he's married to the commentator Crystal Ball. If you guys haven't watched her, she's sometimes on his program. They do a little podcast together and stuff. And they were on vacation and stuff. I think it was last week or so. He's married to her, and I just assumed that he was I assumed he was gay because he had and his hair is bleached blonde. So so much, when they know what they say, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. So I made an assumption and thought he was tooting his ass up. I digress. Yeah, he looks zesty, spicy. Let's quit talking about Kyle because I do like Kyle. Hey, Candy Cane, Grand Rising. Good to see you. Oh, I got to talk about this. I got to talk about this last thing. I apologize. I do want to talk a viewers of you. I don't see you, viewers of you. We've been having people who, hey, view.
Hey,
a viewer, is that your big belly?
Yes, that's my big belly. You gonna make fun of my belly? Get in my belly. Yes, that's my belly. My half a titty. Anyway, I'm going to hell for saying that. Can you hear me nicely or no?
I no echo.
I got my headset in now.
Oh,
So yeah, so I said I've been playing with it for, trying to figure out maybe I need to have it on or off. But anyway, so we're just gonna leave it like it is right now. I didn't mean to jump up here to change the topic. I really didn't. But since we started talking about spicy and zesty and everything,
we're in a break. Well, we're
in a break. Oh, okay, it's break time.
Break time. Remember this song? Wait a minute. You may remember this song. We're in a break, and it reminded me of a song that I remember when I was a kid. I can't remember where it's from. You remember that song, Break Time? What do you say? Life can't be all work and no play.
Play, yes.
I forget what that song. Oh yeah, we're on the break.
Yeah, okay, we're on the break. It's not. I remember that. I don't remember where.
Look, Linda said a zesty break.
I don't know if you know this person or have heard of this person. Did you speak on the passing of Lips?
Lips.
Yeah, he was a content creator. He was in the mukbang community.
I'm not familiar with anyone in the mukbang community. What did he die of? High cholesterol?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm trying not to laugh. Miss Monica, I'm a part of the
that's right. That's
community.
your community. I'm okay. No, I didn't hear about it. Tell me about it.
Okay, Lips is a very famous mukbanger. He was a gay man, and he had a husband. I believe they were legally married, and he was urged by his husband, who was an abusive alcoholic. They had a show on YouTube. I think he was in a wheelchair. None of that has anything to do with all of these things I'm just throwing out, just so if maybe it might make people remember.
Wait a minute. Oh, who was in the husband or him?
In the wheelchair, he was.
Okay.
And he was married to Production. That was his husband's stage name on his YouTube channel.
I'm gonna see if I can find his channel.
Okay.
What's the name of the channel?
I think it was just LLIPS. LLIP, either one P or
Lips
two
Must
P's.
Swing. Okay, I found it.
Yeah. So and the thing about it, his husband, I think his husband shot him, and he was in the hospital, and he didn't die for like maybe 6 days later, or a little bit longer. And his family didn't know, nobody knew that he had been suffering like that. He had just got over a heart attack. Now, it's really sad. It's a really sad event. They had a show, and they would come on, and Lips had actually made some hot sauce. He did the little spicy, it's kind of liquid sauce, kind of like a spicy mumbo sauce. And he was selling that. He was just really fun to listen to and watch. He had very good stories. I was really hoping to one day, before I actually kind of like stepped away from the mukbang area, to meet him. He would be one of the people that I would have loved to have met. But anyway, yeah.
I'm
So
I'm sharing my community wall.
yes,
But
his sister did a video. I didn't mean to cut across. His sister did a very touching video yesterday, acknowledging all the well wishes and everything that she has been receiving. And when I tell you, it brought tears to my eyes. But she explained the relationship that they had, and how hurt she was and the family was because they did not get a chance to say goodbye or to even help him in that situation.
so they
But
didn't
yeah,
even know that he was in the
nope,
hospital.
nope,
Oh, that's
nope.
sad.
He died alone. He died alone.
That's
And
sad.
nobody had any way of contacting his family or anything. I'm not sure how that happens when you get into the hospital. I thought there was like certain paperwork and things that you need, but I guess he was
Well,
maybe in that.
if his husband was his next of kin, and was his husband arrested
Yes.
immediately
I'm not sure if it was
after the
immediately or not,
incident?
but
Okay.
he is arrested and he is in jail. So he will be. Yeah, it's so sad.
That
But you
that
can,
is
yeah, you can see sometimes in some of their videos that it was. I always thought that.
Candy Cane. Hold on,
Hmm?
View. Candy Cane, this you?
Hey, Candy Cane.
Candy Cane?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, y'all. Hey. I just came up with
Paul.
I came up with an update right quick.
Go ahead.
And yeah. Well, they got one of the people that unalived my niece. They got him back in February.
Oh, that's good.
And they're looking for more. But they got him, and come to find out he unalived a guy like maybe a year before. He unalived my niece. So now he's been robbing folks and assaulting people and all types of stuff. So they got him. He's in jail now. And so I don't know if they're gonna have I know they're gonna have to try him for the guy before they try him for my niece, but we're just waiting for, updates, but yeah, we got that. He was definitely instrumental in her unaliving because that's where they found her, behind the house that was burned out. That was his house. See, we're getting more updates. You see, yeah. And the house was burned up so bad. And it was practically a shell. So they was tearing it down. And that's how they found her back there behind it. Come to find out, they had been getting anonymous tips, and one of the other suburbs that's close by that one, they had gotten a tip and they never reported it. So now we have an issue with that, because if you got a tip concerning that, why didn't you say something? And that we're looking for her. So we've been questioning it, and so we're like I said, we're getting more and more updates. He's been telling lies, and we've been catching them in them. So yeah, and I'll put it on my community wall too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And another thing I came up here to tell you all about real quick. Check my community wall. Even y'all in the chat, check my community wall and tell me if y'all remember this song by Brian McKnight. I heard it this morning and I said, hell no, he didn't make no shit like that.
What's
I
up?
was screaming. My son said, what's wrong with you? I said, I said it to my son. My son said, no, when did he make something like that? Yeah.
What song?
It's on my community wall.
Okay.
I said, no, the hell, he didn't make no shit like that. Child, I'm not even gonna tell you. I just want you to listen to it. That's one of them I can't tell you. Go listen to it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna drop your link in.
That's the element of surprise. I couldn't believe he made no shit like that. And then he did a video, an interview. They asked him what possessed him to make that shit, And he just told that he made it because he listening to, these different rap songs, and he just thought he'd get out of his element. So okay, you tried and you flopped. But that shit was horrible. Y'all need to listen to that shit. Oh my God. I was gonna let
Okay.
my mother hear it and I changed my mind.
Well, I dropped the link in this community. I mean, in the chat.
Thank you, Leonard. But yeah, that's why I wanted to throw that in before I forget because I almost forgot. But yeah,
I was just talking. You have an echo. I'm gonna put you on echo. I'm gonna put you mute while I talk. I was just talking about my cousin. I had never talked about it on here, and we were talking about Chicago and how they were trying to do different things to get the education up in Chicago, and how they didn't want to do it, but they always another lawmaker brought up that they always want to use Chicago as a representation of crime and bad things. Look at Leonard laughing, Candy. He said, yeah, he made it. Okay. So I was talking about my cousin who lost his life on New Year's Eve. And it was like a horrible thing. So yeah, it happens. And they haven't disclosed any, they haven't found anybody or anything. And Chicago is notorious for not even clearing or working hard on these types of cases.
Well, that's why that showed the 48 hours. Oh wait, this echo. Can you mute?
I'm gonna drop down and come back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's why that showed, they always say the first 48 hours is so important in trying to figure out the crime and, the victim and, whoever, whatever involves, however the situations occur. 48 hours, the first 48 hours, that is so important to get all of the details and everything, because after that, they have to move on to something else,
And it's also very hard to find strangers, people who are not connected anyway to the victim. It is always hard to find them because he didn't live in Chicago. He didn't hang out in Chicago. He wasn't even going to go out to celebrate New Year's. And then a friend who he hadn't seen in years called him out and asked him what he was doing and said, yeah, well, I'm going over to this little house party. And it wasn't like a house party. It was like a few people getting together, hanging out or whatever. He worked all his life. He didn't do drugs. He wasn't a bad guy. He had his daughter is college educated, sent her to school, has a good job, and whole 9 yards. Just a regular suburban man. And then some knuckleheads shot up the house from outside. They don't know who did it or anything. What wasn't connected to my cousin at all. So you fell off, Candy. Come back up. So this is what we're left with.
Yeah. So yeah, Lips, so there's a little bit of mess going on with that situation also. People are saying that a couple of other big time YouTubers are taking advantage of the fact that he passed and speaking on him. And I'm gonna say the mukbang community, there's a lot of mess over there.
Did you see me showing the page as you were talking about it?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
And one of the one I realized wasn't his page, and then that's why I went directly to his whole page because I saw a lot of them were from people talking about him.
Even people who have not interacted with him. Now he had a couple of little meetups and things, and there's some drama with that. But the latest one that I've heard is I forgot who the other person is, but they're saying somebody did a video on it. I cannot remember. I'm not even trying to promote it over here. They're saying that Miss B Smith, not B Smith, Miss what's the lady name? B Love.
B Love.
Yeah, they're saying that she's uh uh, doing something to get cash apps. Allegedly. Okay, you know how you got to throw it allegedly out there. So that's the new scandal or whatever that's going on. But people are making videos and stuff, and people are
Wait a minute.
donating.
She off of his story or off of
Mhm.
something different?
Off of his story, because I guess I'm sure that they met or known each other, because they were big time YouTuber mukbangers. I don't know the whole detail, but I just know enough if anybody wants to go and research it. I mean, something to do with look at or whatever. So yeah, that's what they're saying now. And they always, how somebody like now people are doing the same thing with Miss Natasha Milan and Jay Wilson. All of a sudden, making this big old thing. I'm surprised he didn't set up a goddamn GoFund for that.
Oh,
you
let's
know.
send something to the family.
Right.
Natasha Milan passed away last November. You go
Mhm.
sit down somewhere. Hey, is
Right.
this you, Candy?
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Yeah. There you
Do I
go.
still have
No,
echo?
no.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so she passed away in November, and now all of a sudden he's
Mhm.
recognizing it. So
Did you go over to Sir King's channel? He did a good show. To remember Natasha. It was so funny.
Well, they used to banter back and forth. It was so cute. She really liked him.
Yeah, I think
Mhm.
he played one of the shows, and
Yeah.
what was her kitty name? She was talking to the kitty and stuff. It was so funny, and she never took anything to heart.
She never did.
I forgot who channel she was on, and when she was walking to the store, I don't
Yeah.
remember. Oh, that shit was so funny. Hey, Chris, I remember the dude's name who she met, and she started flirting with Chris, and we was like,
Yeah.
"Go ahead, on Miss Natasha." I
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
"Oh, she was breaking it down on Chris."
I
I
tell you
adored
what I do
her.
remember whose panel was she? She was on Jay Wilson's panel. And ZT came up there, and she would always cuss ZT upon ZT. She would always cuss ZT out. And this one time she cussed ZT out, and she told him, "You call yourself a nurse?" And she said something. She said, "You call yourself a nurse?" And she said, "I wouldn't let you put a motherfucking Band-Aid on me, bitch." I fell out.
Oh my God. Her and her Lorna Doone.
Her Lorna Dooms.
And something else in her. And remember, James asked, why did she always have a coat when she was riding with? I cannot remember the name. The reason why she said she always had a Coca-Cola coat when she was riding in the cars with the boys or something. I can't remember. Y'all don't
I can't remember, but I remember her saying that. I do remember her saying that.
Yeah, it was something about that too, and it wasn't nothing perverted or anything.
No.
It was just something really funny.
Mhm.
She had an excellent sense of humor, and yeah, she didn't take anything to heart like that. Not that we've noticed.
Unless she really didn't like you,
Exactly.
Yeah, but she wouldn't let you take her nowhere. She was just unbothered, like, oh, whatever. This is, because she took it in good fun. Remember when she had that camera slip on DKL's channel, and she didn't have her.
Yeah. Bless her
And she
heart.
took it in. I think she was like, "Ooh, that's just you did that to me." Ooh, but she, she took it in good stride though. That shit was funny.
Bless her. Bless her
Yeah,
soul.
bless her. She was. I never had an issue with Natasha Milan. Milan.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go over there, and you gave me something to watch today. Sometime this week. Oh, you guys know what? Guess what's back on? For those of you who are interested like me, I just happened to fall upon this. I did not know Project Runway is back on season 20, and it's the All Stars. And guess who's on there? If you guys know Project Runway, the first black woman who was on the first episode Cara Sun, she's on there, and it is like so good to see where they this has taken their careers. She's a big designer. She does a lot of set designs and designs for different shows and musicals and stuff. So her career, while it didn't take off into making a personal line, she makes maybe 3 or 4 lines. But she's really big in costume design for films and TV and the stage.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, I like that show. I probably watched the first maybe 4,
Hey
5
Rico.
seasons of it.
Hey
Yeah, hey
CEO.
Rico.
Hey, Rico.
Now
Hey
you know I
CEO.
got
That's it.
dragged by
Hey,
somebody that was on.
CEO.
I got dragged by somebody that was on the Project Runway.
Who?
That was a YouTuber. And Rico, do
Wait a
you
minute, that was you?
What YouTuber was on Project Runway?
wait, Rico, tell me if you know a YouTuber. What is that guy's name? I mean, now I say guy really because usually you refer to them as she and Miss. I would never. Yeah, this nigga.
I know
He,
I know that Bigfoot Dimples wasn't on Project Runway. What she was getting?
oh my God. No, this was. I used to be over there in the makeup area too, the makeup community. I got kicked out and cussed by a whole bunch of damn communities. That's why I never really claim all these damn sectors shit. But anyway, what is that boy's name? Oh my God, I was in the wig community, and we always would exchange wigs and makeups and stuff like that. That boy got mad at me because I quit the Mama Loves Wig group. He did a video and cussed my ass out. Well, I didn't even know that he was a Project One Way. He was on the show. I forgot what his name is.
Was he
Rico.
black?
Yeah, he was black. What do you know his name? Rico. Oh my God. I can't even. You know what?
Describe him. Describe him.
Okay, roly poly, fat. He was nice chocolate complexion.
I
He
think
would
I
get
know
on.
who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
And he had a
He had
sassy
a look. He had a gut.
Yes, a big ass gut.
I
Yeah.
know who you're talking about, but
And
not.
he would
But
put his chest up to make his titties, and oh my God, and he would get on with it with his real hair. I mean, natural short afro. I mean,
he had a little short. Yeah.
yeah, and
I
then he
know
would.
who you're talking about. I
And
don't
he would
remember
do
his
his
name,
makeup
but I do.
tutorials, and his makeup would be so fucked up. And then he would be teaching. And the reason why the girls didn't like me hanging out with him because he would teach real women how to do drag queen makeup, like how to do makeup. And
Let me
his
ask-
makeup looked fucked up. I was like, how you gonna make a real woman look like a drag queen to look like a real woman? Oh my God, it was a hot fucking mess.
And he was kind of country like.
Yeah, he was.
Did he have Nika S originals teeth type
Yeah.
of deal going on? I know who you're talking about. I'm trying to find
What
him.
is his name?
I cannot remember. I
Oh
know
my God.
exactly who you're talking
Do you remember when I was beefing with him or he was dragging me? Oh my God, we
No.
fought for a long time. Yes, he made several videos on my ass. He sure did. I said that bitch, fuck him. I sure did. And then over in the goddamn mukbang community, I cut out goddamn Tosh Time and that motherfucking bitch with the goddamn garter on her neck. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
What bitch with the garter on her neck? I don't know them people.
Lord.
I can't think of that lady's
You
name.
ain't get a lady with
She's
a garter on
famous.
her neck.
No slack. No, you don't get no slack because you got a garter on your neck, bitch. You
Oh,
should have had it
Lord.
taken care of. Fuck her.
Yeah. All my life, I had time. All your life, you had time to get that garter off.
All my life, I had this gap in my lips, okay, in my mouth, and now I got new teeth. All my life, girl, bitch, please. You had them teeth like that since she was little. She had
What in the-
30,
what
40
is
years to get that shit taken care of. The fuck?
I am trying to find. I think his name
What
is
is his?
Hard or something.
Because I think he did go by a male name. I don't think he had a fancy name. I think. What is his name? I should know it as many times as I cussed his ass out. And I think he's still, well, I did Google him like maybe 4 years ago. I was just curious to see where he was. But yeah, he was on he was on Project Runway, and they made fun of his ass on that show. Oh my God. What is his name? Rico, you don't know who I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about. And he didn't even look like he would be on Project One Way. He wasn't
Right.
Yeah, he looked
He
kind of
wasn't up to standard. He looked real country. He didn't look up to standard. And so I said they probably picked him to just make fun or something, like you
No.
have to, huh?
But his designs, they were okay. They weren't the best. He didn't last long. I know who you're talking about because I watched every season of Project One Way. That's my show.
Did you know he had a YouTube channel?
No, I didn't.
Yes. Yeah, he had
Does
a
he
YouTube.
show? Does he ever sew on it, or he
Yes.
just do a whole lot of everything on it?
So, well, I don't know if he has it now. Like I said, I checked about 4 years ago, and it seemed like then he hadn't done anything in a minute. But his channel, because he was over there with the wig people with me, and then in the makeup area also. He was just going around everywhere. I want to say he might have done a little bit of mukbang, but back then, if you just eat a spoonful of rice, you a goddamn mukbanger and shit. So. You chew some coffee, and then Jay Wilson, go ahead and put.
Oh my God!
You're gonna get more clicks and views because your motherfucker ass eats way too much coffee, chew too much coffee on there to not get the goddamn mukbang money. You begging nigga. Okay. Ooh, Lord, I didn't mean to say that. I'm so sorry, Lord.
But I remember him for his mouth.
They had a spicy mouth. Oh my God, he would get. Oh, when he dragged me one time, girl, I literally did cry. I cried with laughter. That's the crying that I did. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know that video he did of me. He dragged the fuck out of me. Hey, sincere. I think he was like probably the third person that ever had dragged me before. I was like, oh my God. And I think I was at work or something. I was listening to that shit. Somebody said, are you okay? I said, because I had the earphones in, so nobody knew what I was listening to. I was like, this motherfucker, you wait till I get off. No, wait till I get in my car. That's probably starting to go to the car to do shit. I would get in my car and drag bitches and go back to work. I'd be like, hold on, I got to take a smoke break. I do not smoke. I would go to my car and sign on the goddamn YouTube and cuss bitches out and then go back to work and act like nothing ever happened. I sure did. So, yeah. I started the Car Chronicles. I started eating the goddamn car, mukbang if doing lunch.
I remember you used to be in the car and you used to always be some noodles or some type of noodles.
Yeah.
Those Asian noodles.
Yeah.
Sam Young
salads. Salads. Yeah, Sam Young spicy noodle, the noodle challenge. My highest video, which is not all my videos are on private. I've got like videos that got 50, 60, 70K of views and stuff like that. So I don't just sit over here with 100 people watching me. I do have some viral videos, but I put them on private. I might put them. I was gonna put them on my membership, like throw out a couple every month, but it's too much work to be doing all that shit. So
I understand.
But yeah, I can't think of what that boy's name is. Oh my God. Oh, anyway,
I can't think of it.
I'll figure it out and I'll IG you. But yeah, so rest in peace, Lips. He was you definitely will be missed. He
Hold
very
on
good.
one second of you.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me see who this is. Hello?
Hey, Ronnie, how you doing?
Who is this?
Houston Bird.
I was wondering.
Oh my
God! And I was like, is that Houston Brad?
Yeah,
I saw that you had a live scheduled for today. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hey!
Because I saw you. I wanted to say hi to you and I wanted to talk a little shit to Miss B.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
Hey,
I ain't seen you in a long time.
no, resurrected from the dead.
Oh my
Oh my God.
What was the title of your video today? It was something about when to know we are near recession, right?
Yes, ma'am. Recession indicator. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, recession indicator. I don't know if you know that my channel is mostly politics now.
Of course I do. Of course. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. If you want to get together and have a conversation about any particular topic, you're more than welcome to come over here and share. This is, you know.
You be in your bag, so I just be listening. But thank you for the invitation. I
Okay, well, you're more than welcome. So go ahead, ladies.
Yeah, Houston. It would be great to hear you over here. See,
Are you blushing?
Yes, I am blushing. How did you know? Hold on, let me put a cute picture on. You know they said I had a crush on you. I had a crush. Yeah, whatever.
I almost had you come to the other side. What's up?
See, right there. If there was one, that would be Houston. Okay.
Let him know, baby. Let him know.
My old ass.
Okay.
You could use me for a sugar mama, baby. Okay.
I can understand Ronnie Q.
If you'd have seen her in this, she put together, girl.
Oh my God!
Don't make
cuss your ass out
this
tomorrow,
this is abuse. She said she gonna cuss me out tomorrow. Let me
she
check
got
her picture.
She got her mouth slightly open. Who are you trying to see?
Yeah.
Sultry.
Lord.
It's nice to see you. I just want to say.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good seeing you. I was like, I'm gonna go over. I have to go over here and check out your video because I definitely wanted to see. Now, I think that the shelves will be emptying out pretty soon within the month. I have been telling my. Go ahead.
So sorry. Go ahead, Ronnie Q. I'm a verbal listener, so I was just saying yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Ronnie Q. So yes, I've been seeing your lives. I listen to it like when I'm running morning errands and stuff. I mean, where do we begin? I mean, I don't want to get too serious, but it's surprising that people are surprised because it's like we've already experienced this guy in office once. And a lot of people don't like remember how bad things were and they put it on the pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. But like his lack of preparation, his inability to be surrounded by experts, his arrogance, his poor people management skills, I am genuinely concerned. I mean, it's been a little bit over 100 days and there's no end in sight. And now they're joking about Trump 2028.
Right.
We're in a constitutional crisis, right? Like fact is no longer fact. It's very scary. So that's all. I'm not like an expert. I just, be watching the news.
And look at
who work is in this.
And look at who he has in the press pool. People who are not going to challenge his questions. A bunch of sycophants are in the press pool. It's just horrible. And it's just like people are not paying attention. These executive orders that he made for the military to help with policing, they don't understand how these things are actually going to affect us. And it's just a lot.
And so there's two things. I'm not going to stay long. I don't want to disrupt y'all's vibe, but yeah, I saw Ronnie Q and Buell up here. So let me slide through. But it's two things, right? One, we know that there's certain populations, certain identities that you have to work twice as hard for half of, the prize, right?
Correct.
So Kamala was like, conducted herself, very qualified, but double taxed. She was Black and she was a woman, right?
Right.
And so like there's such Trump was rolling around in a truck. What is it? A trash truck, right? That was an amazing illustration of how much harder women, Black people, and particularly Black women have to operate just to be taken seriously, right? And then secondly, and I don't know, what your views are on this, Ronnie Q and you and Candy Kane, but the Democratic Party needs to stop operating as if people owe them votes, right? Like they love when Trump is in office because they can say, at least we're not Trump. But what are you doing for the people? What are you doing to get them excited? What are you doing to teach them that it's their civic duty to stop stuff like this? So it's a failure of governance and government across the board. Because when you think about it, these elected officials aren't worrying about where their next meal is coming from.
Exactly.
They all have a cushioning and safety, lobbyists and corporate interests. So it's like they rile us up to go against each other when really it's not about like Republican versus Democrat, Black versus white. Well, yes, it is kind of, but it's really about working class, people that have to work every day to survive and people that never have to work again in their life.
These people don't have to worry about their health plans because they have the golden parachute health plans. You look at leaders like Hakeem Jeffries, who is so disappointing. While all of this stuff is going on, he's going to Northern California to meet with his tech donors. That is just beyond the pale. You know, but he is not doing anything. There's no action being taken. So it's a lot of disappointment.
Yeah, and this is really making me think about the radical individuals and the radical entities. I'm not trying to like over glorify it, but like I really admire the autonomy and self-determination and fortification that the Black Panthers Party represented. And we don't have leaders of that nature, and that might be quite impossible with social media. Everyone has their own platform, but there's alignment that's missing across Black people in particular, because that's all I really think about. And I'm just like, what is it going to take? Like, what level of assault do we have to collectively experience for us to kind of tap into our political agency? But that's it, y'all. I stayed longer than I had in mind. I just wanted to say hi to y'all.
All right. Thank you for dropping through. It's good to see you.
Good seeing you.
You made my morning. Thank you.
I made your morning. What did you say? You said
morning. See, right
morning.
there, right there.
Okay,
See,
with the M.
that's
Okay,
the shit
okay.
you used to do. Okay.
No, I'm just checking. Okay. And Ronnie Key, thank you for the invitation. If the topic is something I feel like I can contribute, I now have your invitation, so I will definitely come through again.
Okay. All right.
All right. Take care, y'all. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Can somebody drop her link to?
I was just going to find her link right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got a wicked sense of humor. She used to have a really good show. She would just pop on, and oh my God, she would get so many people on the live, and the conversation was always very stimulating, and it would be related to just various topics and stuff. And
Houston, Brandon, if you're still in the clouds, understand that you did not beat me in that versus. I let you win.
You told her. You told her, did you?
I was robbed.
You was robbed. Oh, bamboozled. You were robbed. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I know, right? So yes, but I need to go to the grocery store because I cannot open up the refrigerator. I have none of my favorites in there. I've eaten everything from to the back of the refrigerator. You ever been like that sometime? I was like, I gotta go shopping.
Go shopping, girl.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a great day, okay?
All right. Good.
Okay, bye-bye.
See you.
Everything in the back of
the back of the refrigerator. I heard that in years.
Girl, I hope she don't be on the toilet later on today. That's a bad place to be, in the back of the refrigerator.
Oh boy. Oh my God. I heard that one in years. Oh my God. Last time I heard that oh my God.
Houston Bread, if you're still in here, drop your link. I cannot find your link. If she's still in here, just drop in and say, you don't have to drop your link, just say something, and then I can find your link and drop it myself. So Candy Cane, is there anything else you want to talk about?
I just want to hit something real quick. Now these people talking about, I like they're just so surprised, and oh my God, I just can't believe it. He said he was going after the homegrowns. He said this. Why are y'all acting like they're not taking this man seriously? I'm not understanding.
I don't understand.
Now he's deporting U.S. citizens. He said this. Why are they so? That's annoying to me. That is annoying as hell to me. Why are you not taking this man seriously? He clearly, he's been telling you what he was going to do. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, point blank, period. Why are you so surprised? And I mean it. And now you got these people who they talk, they're regretting their vote. Oh, well, you voted. This is what you voted for. This is what you voted for. So now, why are you so surprised that he's doing what he said he was going to do?
I don't know why they're surprised about anything. And the bad part is that people are not paying attention to. I suspect that too many people are not paying attention because it's been decades that people have just been out here not voting, thinking that it doesn't matter, or everything's been okay when I haven't voted before. Everything works itself out. My life is not going to be advertently affected one way or another. But people. But you got to think about the last. I think all the way back to the first time W. Bush was being elected. They have been using this language. This is going to be the most important election of your life. If you don't vote or die, and all of this type of stuff. But and so many people had just been hearing this for so many election cycles that they are coming to think that this just is some hyperbole or something that we're hearing, and they didn't take it seriously. A lot of people didn't take Project 2025 seriously. They were on the late boat with it. I was on the late boat with it, but when I saw what was in it, I was very concerned as a voter. But I guess people who don't vote were unconcerned. I don't know. See,
a lot of these people thought they would vote him in, and he gonna give us money. We'll get some more stimulus. We will vote him in. He never told y'all that that's what he was gonna do. Even when he was trying to run his second term back then, he never said he was gonna do that. He never said that. Y'all voted him in in hopes that he would do that. No, he's not. He only did that to get your vote when he ran the second term, and you didn't vote him in.
He said,
if another man had, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, Noah's saying, the funniest ones to me are the Cubans that are super crazy. Raccoon word. They wrote a whole song for him because they thought
I will vote for Donald Trump. Girl, I be dancing every time I hear that. I be dancing like yep. And they're the very same ones that came on talking about, oh my God, he deceived us. No, he didn't. He told you what he was going to do, and you did not believe him. He didn't deceive you. He deceived no one. He said what he was going to do. You just didn't believe it.
Exactly, Leonard. They are not going to stop until they achieve their goals. If making us riot and declaring martial law, that is the 180 day playbook that they have in order. Remember, I kept that video of Ayanna Pressley questioning the authors of Project 2025. What was the secret playbook for the first 180 days? That is the playbook for the first 180 days to declare martial law. And they are already putting the mechanism together to have the army doing policing. What do you think all these executive orders are for? What do you think they mean? He already told the Supreme Court to kiss his butt. What do you think any of this means? So,
yeah. That's just baffling to me right there. I mean, that's the whole point of it all to me. He said it. He was going to do it. He's doing it. Now what? Wow, now they want to talk about impeaching them, and they want to do this, and they talking about doing all that. Okay, fine, that's fine. But then you got some that don't want to admit we screwed up. So they're gonna get out here and push this narrative. Oh, you all are are fear mongering, and you are like, no, they're not. You see what it is. And like I had one coming at me, and I said, look, I don't talk politics that well, but I do speak about what I see. And what I see is this. He's doing what he said he was going to do. Whether or not you want to believe it, you snowed, you're brainwashed, and all the things. And I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is what it is. Now you got this fool running around talking about he's looking for a baby mom, and he got people out here. They're signing up. They got people out here volunteering. You know how they do? How they have like the poll, like those posts that they set up, and they have people. And they're outside, and they're out there, and you even have people going door to door. They signing up trying to find the next baby mama for that food. And I'm like, are you serious? This is what they doing?
What do you mean, for Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to play this report today that they are saying that it's estimated he has claimed to have 14 children.
Right.
But some people are estimating it to be closer to 100 children. I was going to play that today, and then I was like, he's leaving government. Let him take his ass home. Okay, now Leonard, when I was playing that clip about them declaring all of that land as a military zone, and then I was talking about all the ships that are in the 2 ships that are warships that are floating and patrolling the Pacific Ocean. That's exactly what I was thinking, that they're not doing this to keep them out, because they said that the people who are crossing at the southern border has all but stopped. So why are you doing this after they have all but stopped? Is that to keep them out, or is that to keep us in? I was thinking that as I was that Rachel Maddow.
Wow.
So make it make sense. They ain't accustomed to doing their work. They need people to experiment on. They need people to do the hard work. He already told you that when the immigrants are deported, that they're going to free up the black jobs. So they do have jobs for you. They're not going to be in manufacturing. They may be, maybe they think that you're going to be out there in the fields where the migrant workers used to work, picking, not cotton this time.
Picking blueberries.
Fruits and vegetables. Child, it's like that. All right, Ken. I think
all right, I'm going to go, honey. I got
coming up.
I have this is something my aunt passed on the 27th of April, and that's like 4 years to the day that my father passed.
Oh, my condolences.
Thank you. Her funeral, she had moved to Austin, Texas, and she's gonna have a funeral there on May 8th, which is the same day my father's funeral was 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And then they're sending her.
Was it his sister? Was it his sister?
No. It was my mother's sister-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they're sending her body back to Cleveland to be buried. My mother had made a suggestion to my cousins to have her, cremate it and put it with my uncle. And they're sending her back, and they're going to have the service for her in Cleveland May 10th, which is my mother's birthday. I'm like, y'all really doing it to me this year. My cousin said, I know, I'm so sorry. I said, it's not your fault. You got to do what you got to do. But, I told her, honey, I'm gonna be emotional right with you, because I loved her. She was the fun aunt. On my mother's side, she was the fun one. Yeah. And she used to kill me, boy. Every time she knew something was going on with me, I'd be like, but auntie, and she'd say, come sit on my lap. I was grown, and she would tell I was grown with children. She said, come over. She tapped on her knee. Come sit on my lap. I'm like, auntie, no. I'm like, oh my God.
I had a favorite aunt. She all the way up until my, I think, late 20s, maybe even into my 30s. When we moved away, every year she would send me a birthday card with at least $20 in it. I would get a birthday cards. I'm grown. She always made sure I had given her my address if I moved somewhere. And every year she would always send me a birthday card and had always had a little piece of cash in there, even though I was working and everything. But that's just how they were when we grew up. Whenever we left from down south, my grandmother would give us a little handkerchief, press a little handkerchief in our hand and tell us that was to get us a little snack or a soda on the road, and don't open it until we get in the car, and you get in the car and open it up. And that's how they were back then. And it was just so weird that my aunt actually passed on my birthday.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But
yeah,
my condolences go out to you as well. People are leaving up out of here.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And my mother is like, I'm truly the last one left of my generation. I'm the last one left. And that's what my cousins, that's why I see they're always coming around my mother. They always call my mother. They are, auntie. My cousin came over and I went in my mother's room and I was like, what the hell? She laying on my mother's bed on the other side. I said,
that's my side of the bed.
And my mother laying there, she's snacking on her Pringles and watching TV. And I said, get your ass up on my mama's bed. She said, what up? Because you was in my mama's bed. I said, I sure was. Yeah, so that's all, y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I'm gonna go so I can take care of some things.
You and your families are in my prayers. God bless you all.
Thank you. And don't forget to go over there and look on that my community wall for that Brian McKnight song too.
I still got your community wall up.
Girl, listen to that bullshit. Listen to that bullshit.
Okay.
And also you can scroll down and if you find it. If not, let me know, because I know you're not coming back on till like Monday. Let me know and I'll repost that for my about that jackass and that unalive my niece, and I'll repost it, and then you can type it and look it up, and then you can read the whole thing as to what he said.
Just tag me in it. You just put @Ronnie Q, and then I'll get the mention and I'll see it.
Okay, I can go in there and I can go in there and do that.
Yeah, at the end, repost it or just put @Ronnie Q and go in and edit it and put @Ronnie Q, and it'll come up in my mentions, because now I check them because now I know how to check them. So I get them now. But it's been a pleasure having you up here. Yeah, make sure you @Ronnie Q.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, Candy.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Bye, everybody. Have a good day. Enjoy your day, please.
Enjoy your weekend.
Yes, your weekend. Today is Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord, I'm going to have the children. Okay. Let me go get geared up. I forgot the day was Friday. I'm thinking the day, girl. Okay, let me go.
All right, girl.
Boy. All right.
She said, "Oh boy, oh boy." Now, I think. Let me see. I think. Oh yes, I got to share this with you guys. I was about to get on to the sports of it all. I want to share. Uh, where is the thing about the sports? Let me share this. One last thing. They have DEI in everything. So now there is DEI in sports. Uh, let's talk about one last thing. We cannot forget this. It's in my description box under black exploitation. Another Black Barkley. Are you guys familiar with the Barkley who went golfing? He went golfing with 45, 47, and now when people was ribbing him about it, he is on the I think he's on the Steeler teams, and he got off the flight with 45, 47, and with his "Make America Great Again" hat on, and just a whole motherfucking puppet on a string, and 45, 47 ushered him like, "Go on, keep going. I'm finna go over to the cameras and say something to the cameras." And he, like a good old boy, went on and kept walking straight. And then, of course, he's okay. Let me share this link with you guys. I was just here we go. This is from another one of my favorite YouTube channels. It's in my link. Let's get into this. Let's get into it. Let me find the beginning. Okay, here we go.
To President Trump, if he's get your copy immediately. I got to give it up to President Trump. If he's good at anything, he's good at exploiting low information, young black men. Now, of course, he gets lots of help from rappers and athletes and pro-black imposters. These young men fall prey to Trump because they don't understand our history and they don't understand white supremacy. His most recent victim is Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles, a very gifted running back. So the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, and it's customary for the champs to visit the White House. Now, some of the champs, like Jalen Hurts, declined the invitation. Shout out to Jalen. However, many others attended, including Saquon. But he went further. He golfed with Trump. He rode on Air Force One and just hung out with Trump. And many black folks objected strongly, including me. Now, Saquon subsequently tweeted. Let me pull up that tweet because I'm going to address everything in that tweet in this video.
Okay, before he address what is in the tweet, I want you to also note in the tweet, he says that he can't wait to finish his golf game with 45 and 47, which further lets you know all of this was a photo op for 45, 47, because the quarterback had already thumbed up his nose and kind of snarled up his face like, "I ain't gonna answer no question about me going to the White House." Like, are you serious? He already knew that the quarterback would not be going to the White House, so therefore he gets another little pet who he can rub on the head and let's go play golf. I'd look at you like a human being. Why, if he really wanted to play golf with him, like he really wanted to play golf with the Saudis instead of going to receive 4 unalived soldiers, he would have made time to actually play a full round of golf. What is in this tweet is he cannot wait to finish their game. So all this was a photo op to act as if he had time to play golf with you silly rabbit. Let's continue.
So he says, laugh out loud, some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president. Maybe I just respect the office. Not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago and look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now you get out of my mentions with all this politics and have an amazing day. This tweet shows you just how out of touch and low information this young man is.
And he get out of his mentions about this politics stuff. Like he does not even understand that was politics in having you on his jet. He don't even understand what politics are. Let's continue.
So let me clear up a couple things.
As he rescinds all gains made by blacks to get a equal footing in the United States that has been against us throughout history since we got here. And this is the person who has erased all of the gains. But I guess since you feel that a white woman has married you and you have biracial children, politics doesn't play into anything that a politician is doing. You're okay with this man who has rescinded all rights and refuses to teach the real history of the United States. But get out of your public forum with this politics stuff. Let me let this man finish.
First, this isn't about golf. This isn't about respecting the office of the presidency. I personally love golf, and as a committed Christian and a clergyman, I certainly respect the office of the president pursuant to Romans chapter 13, verse 1. Go read it. But this is much bigger. This is about politics. This is about policies, power, propaganda, and oh yes, Project 2025. Can't forget Project 2025. I wonder, has Saquon Barkley read or listened to someone who has read Project 2025? So, no, this was not just about a round of golf. What this young man did was he handed Donald Trump something that Trump and MAGA desperately need to continue implementing Project 2025. What is that? Validation from as many young, successful black men as possible. And that validation has real consequences, not only for our people, but for this country. Trump has a long history of using black athletes, black entertainers, and public figures as political cover, as a political shield. You all remember when he posed with Kanye West and invited Jim Brown and Steve Harvey to his Trump Tower? Not long ago, he had Rick Ross, Nelly, Snoop, and others perform at his inauguration. You remember also he praised Ice Cube and Lil Wayne right before the 2020 election just to increase his numbers with black men. You also remember that he said his mugshot got him more black support. You see, it's all a strategy. It's not about building relationships, genuine relationships. It's about exploitation. And Saquon now, again, is his latest victim. Whether he meant to or not, he gave Trump something that he and MAGA are weaponizing to say their policies are not racist, their policies haven't really hurt black people, and that black people support him. That photo op may seem harmless, but it's powerful. It is powerful PR. Let me break it down. Here's a list of just some of the things that Trump has done against the black community during his first administration and these first 101 days of his second administration. And by just showing up and hanging out and palling around with Trump, it almost says that this young man and others don't know that Trump did this, or they don't care. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that Trump supported and encouraged police brutality when he told cops, don't be too nice when arresting suspects. Trump opposed police reform by terminating Obama-era DOJ consent decrees that investigate police departments for misconduct. And that includes Ferguson. You remember Ferguson? The Michael Brown killing? Baltimore, the Freddie Gray killing. He also revoked guidance on racial profiling. The DOJ quietly rolled back rules, civil rights rules, that restricted racial profiling by law enforcement. He also reinstated the federal death penalty. And that despite evidence of racial disparities in capital punishment. That is the reason why I am opposed to capital punishment. And he just released, I did a video on this, he just released an executive order that militarizes law enforcement and unleashes law enforcement in black neighborhoods across the country with power that they've never had before. He also vilified black protest movements like BLM. On one occasion, he called BLM a symbol of hate and threatened to label it a terrorist group. He encouraged violence. He told the Proud Boys, what? Stand down and stand by? And he refused to condemn white supremacy on live TV. He supported these two young men, Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Perry. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. If you look at, for example, education, he banned anti-racism education by issuing an executive order that banned federal agencies from conducting racial sensitivity trainings. So he attacked DEI programs. We all know that. He framed diversity training as un-American propaganda. I mean, do you want your name associated with these things? Trump launched the 1776 Commission, which is a direct attack on true, accurate black history. It whitewashes slavery and praised the founding fathers who were enslavers. He opposes student loan relief. I mean, a policy that disproportionately benefits black graduates who hold more education debt than any other group, no question about it. He also shut down, or is in the process of shutting down, the Department of Education, which positively impacts blacks mostly. In the area of housing, okay, I just want folks to know when they lend their name and their reputation to Trump, these are the things that he has done that their names will be associated with. Trump weakened the Fair Housing Act when he terminated recently the FFH rule. That rule simply requires that when builders and contractors and so on get federal dollars for housing, they must do something that affirmatively furthers fair housing. Well, they just terminated the rule. And Trump himself was accused of housing discrimination back in the 70s. And as a result, the DOJ sued him because he allegedly refused to rent apartments to black tenants, right? And he's now working hard to extend the 2017 tax cuts that basically benefited the top 1%. He's pushing a budget right now that economists say may also include cuts to Medicaid and other programs that black people rely on heavily. He also opposed minimum wage increases, right? Which would disproportionately help black workers.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel.
He want us to get out of his post with that politics stuff. Nobody wants to be in your post about politics, but you're gonna get what your hand calls for. See, when you walking around with this person talking about some motherfucking golf, are you serious? This is all that you have to talk to this person about is golf. It says a lot about you. So one more thing that I want to share with you a little bit of, these two links are in my description box under, what is it? Under Blaxploitation. Check these links out. This is Reese Waters. Let's see here a little bit of what he's talking about this.
Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can throw them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. And shout out to all of our subscribers and members here on the channel. Today's nominee, Major League Baseball and NASCAR, actually. And growing. This group's going to get a little bit bigger.
But we all know that they plant these certain reports or they say these certain things, and you do hear the word arrogant. Why is he arrogant? Because he won't walk into the meeting and bend the knee, or he won't sit in the meeting and question himself or his abilities or his knowledge and experience in the game. I don't believe that that's arrogance. I want a quarterback that's self-assured.
The Philadelphia Eagles celebrated their Super Bowl victory at the White House today, but star quarterback Jalen Hurts did not attend. While Eagles running back Saquon Barkley embarrassed himself by sucking up to Trump on the golf course this weekend, Jalen Hurts was absolutely right to stand on business.
Huh? Oh, this is about the RG3 thing? Ah, that's right. His safe space was violated now, wasn't it? Sports shows on TV should be about sports, not politics. And I can say that the reaction was not political so much as it was sports oriented. You know how they say sports brings people together? You know, sports brings people together. And people came from all around the spectrum to drag him for that take. Yeah, I don't think I'm needed there after what happened. We get Taylor Twellman, Jamel Hill. This one was pretty good. I appreciated David Dennis Jr. Breaking the color barrier in baseball in itself is not political. Why was the color barrier in place? If Johnny has two apples, we got Zito, Arif Hassan, Bakari Sellers. Simply, this is not smart. I support this message. Kev on stage. We're getting comedy involved. That was actually pretty solid. Now far be it for me to give Stephen A. Smith credit for much, but that was actually the worst dragging he received was from Stephen A. himself.
Shortly after my comments on First Take a couple of days ago, RG3 posted this on X. Quote, "Sports shows on TV should be about sports, not about politics." End quote. Then more than 6 hours later, he expanded his thoughts with this statement. Quote, "This tweet is not about Jackie Robinson. His significance can never and should never be erased. Breaking the color barrier in baseball in itself is not political. Jesse Owens winning 4 gold medals in itself was not political. Jack Johnson becoming the first black boxing heavyweight champion in itself was not political. They all have political ramifications. They all challenge the status quo of racial barriers to fair play, race relations, and civil rights. That should always be acknowledged and never forgotten. They shouldn't be used as an excuse to push political agendas on sports shows on national television to an audience there to consume in sports content." End quote. RG3, respectfully, my brother, you sound ignorant. You sound utterly clueless. First of all, when Jackie Robinson integrated baseball in 1947, are you trying to say that race wasn't politicized in 1947 or beforehand? Like Branch Rickey for the Dodgers didn't specifically choose him because he knew he would need his temperament as a former military man who exercised discipline as opposed to reacting violently to the racial venom that was thrown in his direction? You trying to tell me politics had nothing to do with that? You trying to tell me when Jack Johnson was fighting in early in the 19th century, you're trying to tell me that had nothing to do with politics, just race? This is what you're trying to tell me? That makes absolutely positively no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, if Stephen A. brought that energy to Sean Hannity, we would have a whole different relationship.
You interrupt my day. I come to the studio to see you. You ain't even here. Okay. This is what I keep trying to tell the Democrats. Let the man do what he's doing. Find out whether or not it works. You're going to listen to Sean Hannity. You're going to watch him. Let's see if these terrorists against Canada, Mexico, China, for everybody that he's trying to, be engaging in a reciprocation. Let's see what happens.
You know what I mean? We would have a whole different relationship. I mean, everything you said about RG3, you could have said to Candace Owens, but.
Church Mouse, I just responded to that, and thank you for letting me know that. I don't have a habit of watching community walls. The simple fact that he wants to like tell us something we don't know, like she could have saved that. Well, all of those white men on the Supreme Court are saving it. They are saying absolutely nothing. And for him to come out, girl, I'm unsubscribed. I'm gonna have to unsubscribe because is he out of his mind? At least she said something. You're dogging the black woman who actually said something, but saying nothing. Okay, now this is the part that I want to get to you about in this. They're saying that Major League Baseball is
That was
actually
pretty well done. Jackie?
rescinding a whole lot of black things. I think they had a Jackie Robinson Day in Major League Baseball, and they're rescinding a whole lot of things under the guise of being in line with the DEI orders of 4547. Let's go.
Robinson Day, it's going. Them being mad. And if that's the case, you're just waiting for them to not be mad to take it away again. Case in point, don't be shocked if Major League Baseball strikes out Jackie Robinson Day with DEI fastball. That was pretty well done. Jackie Robinson Day, it's going, almost gone. And since Major League Baseball officials are sprinting in that direction faster than Ricky Henderson, oops, it's too DEI to mention baseball's all-time leader in stolen bases, who happen to be African-American. So let's say the generic guy on the MLB logo. Why would those baseball officials stop there? After 28 years, they might as well unretire Robinson's number 42 for their 30 teams, just to make sure the U.S. government doesn't unleash its considerable wrath on their industry. President Trump's new administration isn't into diversity. And yes, that is a fact. That is not opinion. With a slight caveat, he definitely is into diversity when he can throw a last-minute Black History Month event and get the Black Magnets down there so they can take a bunch of photos and give him an excuse to be racist for the other 364 days a year.
Check this out.
Okay, so go over there and check this out, Reese Waters. The link is in my description box. Girl, you ain't said nothing but a word. Girl, thank you for giving me that information. And that's it, and that's all for that one over there, because we don't need no distractors from someone who is out here using their voice and the power that they have in who they are in this here United States of America. So yeah, I'm done with that one. Church Mouse, you may want to go over there and revisit the comment section of that post as well. Oh, okay. That's it for me. I think that was a lot today. I will be following what goes on over this weekend. But I appreciate you all for being here. I think that if you know someone who is interested, be sure to like, share, subscribe, share some of the things. If you learned anything from any of the clips or from myself, or that you want, or from my guests, please each one teach one. Please make sure that you also stock up on things that you are going to need for your personal health and your house. Understand that it's not a joke about these shelves are about to be empty. While you hear people on YouTube begging for car tires, and no wonder they need car tires, because they're sitting on the front of their car and they weigh about 600 to 700 pounds. Save your money for the things that you need for your life. While you hearing bitches who talking about they had insurance, but now talking about remodeling 3 shotgun cabins in Louisiana, save your money for what you need in your real life. But only a fool would be doing remodeling at this phase in the game, where we are in the United States of America, with our shelves about to be empty, with prices about to be skyrocketing because of these tariffs. Only a fool would even consider doing home renovations. That lets you know you're dealing with fools out here. Don't play into this begging and this foolishness that goes on in these YouTube streets. You have to secure yourself and your families. You remember how people were stockpiling toilet tissues and buying up the disinfectant hand wash. You remember how that was? And then reselling it at exorbitant prices, price gouging people. Make sure you're not price gouged. Now is the time to stock up on things that you're going to need to keep yourself comfortable and sanitary, such as tissues, feminine products, male products, soap, deodorant, toothpaste, all of these things. Toothpaste is made in Mexico. They could put a big tariff on toothpaste as well. While we thinking we be fucking around with an idiot in the office. Okay, so be advised that I played the video. They expect the LA port to be 30 to 35% empty. There are talks about the port in Seattle being empty, and the last ship that was expected to come in, that was on the roll to come in, came in. Was they had a picture of the ship coming in, and it was expected to be the last ship that was registered to come into the Seattle port, allegedly this week. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about the ports in Miami or other states. I think they have a port in Texas, and I think they have one on the East Coast. Be vigilant about what you're going to need for your personal life. I'm not saying don't support anybody. I'm just saying don't support ignorant shit. I'm just saying support yourself first. You know how they say put the oxygen mask on yourself before you put it on the child, because if you wasting time and not wasting time putting it on a child, if you if you cannot keep consciousness for yourself, if you can't help yourself, how is it you're going to help anyone else? How will you be able to help your family? Make sure that you get on code, get your people on code, get your family on code, get your loved ones on code. That now is the time to look out for yourself and make sure that you have all the things that you're going to need to supply yourself for, as long as you, as much as you can afford, as long as you can afford to do this. It's time to stockpile. It's time. While people are telling you it's a time to get used to the word what was it? Dictator. J.D. Vance, favorite person, Curtis Yarvin, said that it was time for Americans to get used to the word dictator. No, it's time for Black Americans to get used to the word stockpiling things for your personal needs. And that does mean personal protection as well. That's all I can say about it. I'm just giving you advice. If you take it, you take it. If you don't, that's your right as well. So I thank you guys for being here with me. Yeah, that is definitely another new executive orders that truckers have to speak English. The latest report says that shortages will reach shelves on May 10th, I think you mean. From the 10th of May. I think you mean that the shortages will start coming up on the shelves by the 10th of May. Did he delete my comment? Hold on. Let me go back over there, see if he deleted my comment. Let me see. When I signed up, it was 35 comments. Now I see 45. No, I still see my comment there. I just went back over there and I checked. Yes, I still see my comment there. So, but I have unsubscribed. So he's not deleting any comments. I'm going to go through here and read these other comments. Okay. So thank you guys for being here. Take care of yourself. Have a great, fabulous weekend. If you want to support the channel, $ Ronnie Q. But don't give before you give to yourself. Be sure you take care of yourself in these unstable times that we are living in. All right, guys. Okay, the shelves are expected to be empty by the 10th of May. That is one by Church Mouse. That is one estimate. So, all right, guys, I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys have a blessed remainder of your week. And as Jill Comfort Zone says, stay sucker free. All right, bye-bye.
In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air. It's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q.